Good morning to you. It is now 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 23 degrees to start us off this morning. A little warmer than it was yesterday, and we'll head up into the low 40s. More on that in just a moment. Antioch High School is closed for the rest of this week as that community recovers from a shooting at the school yesterday. One student shot and killed another, then turned the gun on himself. One other student suffered a graze wound. This student watched it all happen in the school's cafeteria.
I felt like my whole world was crumbling apart in my hands, and I didn't have my phone, so I couldn't call my mom. And so I was really just there, and no one would know that I'm gone.
A vigil was held last night for the families of those students. Now, Metro Nashville Police Chief John Drake revealing that there were warning signs before the shooting, referencing an online manifesto the shooter may have left behind. Drake says that if someone brought that manifesto to the attention of a parent, a teacher, or police, the shooting yesterday may never have happened.
So always, if you see something, say something. We believe there's some materials out there, and if maybe they were seen, maybe and said something, maybe more could have been done.
Now, we'll bring more information about this all throughout the morning. More changes related to immigration. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is changing their terminology to reintroduce the word alien and to drop the term non-citizen. That was introduced by the Biden administration. In a new memo, ICE Director Caleb Vitello said that this and other moves align with President Trump's focus on immigration in the first days of his administration. In fact, the president spoke with Sean Hannity last night.
President Trump, in his first sit-down interview since returning to the Oval Office, threatening to cut off funding to sanctuary cities where undocumented immigrants can access government services. Trump also sending 1,500 troops to the southern border to help border agents and build barriers. Many of Trump's executive orders on day one focused on immigration.
That's ABC's Perry Russum. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Chuck Sievertson.
Tech stocks led a Wall Street rally as the indexes flirted with all-time highs. Investors were reacting to President Trump's AI Stargate venture, as well as stronger-than-expected profits for Netflix. The Dow added 131 points. The Nasdaq gained 253. The S&P rose 37. Netflix jumped about 10% after it said live events like football games and a Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight helped it add nearly 19 million subscribers during the latest quarter. The streamer is also increasing prices. Procter & Gamble rose after the company reported stronger profit and revenue for the latest quarter than expected. Samsung is putting even more artificial intelligence into the next version of its Galaxy smartphones. The Galaxy S25 is supposed to have an AI companion that can understand requests, learn people's routines, and perform more technological tricks. Price $800 to $1,300. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Now, stock futures this morning pointing down a bit. Dow futures are flat. We've got NASDAQ futures down 116 and the S&P futures falling 13 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, looking really good this morning. We have no problems to report on 65, on 40, or on 24 heading into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on into your Thursday, January 23rd. We've got all kinds of stories for you today. Actually excited coming into the studio today. Of course, we've got great audio from Donald Trump and his interview with Sean Hannity. Unfortunately, we have the school shooting in Antioch we have to talk about as well. We've got some very, very big news on illegal immigration. And Governor Bill Lee is going to be joining us at 8:35 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I do want to start out, though, with my absolutely favorite audio bite of the day.
This is not Fox, Congressman. You can't just spin a tail and pull the wool over people's eyes. Yeah. This is CNN. This is the news. We are asking you to come on and tell the truth.
And that's why more people are watching the Cartoon Network SpongeBob reruns right now, Jim.
That is Congressman Tim Burett, and he and Jim Acosta on CNN just hammering, going back and forth. But, you know, everybody's playing that one moment where, you know, Congressman Burett, and I tweeted this out, I believe that he is a Tennessee treasure. But what led up to that moment? What led up to that moment where Burett got so incredibly angry that he even called out the ratings of CNN, which, of course, as we all know, they've been plummeting, and to the point where Jim Acosta, have you heard this? Joan, Jim Acosta, they're talking about moving him literally, I kid you not, to the midnight to 2 shift.
That would be too kind, honestly.
I mean,
yeah.
Well, yeah, good point. But, yeah. I mean, it doesn't get any worse than that. Now, obviously, when you're talking about a syndicated radio thing, that's a little different. Yeah. But on CNN, midnight to 2, I mean, that is awful. That's like just a handful of viewers. But I do want to know what led up to that. And one of the things that you could talk about with Jim Acosta was the fact that he is, as everyone knows, on CNN, he is really just infused with that Trump derangement syndrome. So one of the things that I've noticed is that we are rapidly approaching the same scenario that we saw in not only Trump term number 1, but also the last 4 years under Joe Biden. The constant hand-wringing and ignoring of real news in favor of the constant hair-on-fire approach of the media that is going on right now. Joan, we talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Where they're all talking about, this supposed Hitler wave that Elon Musk supposedly did, which he didn't, and we talked about that. But I want you to think about all of the news that we here on Nashville's Morning News have been covering in the last couple of weeks. I mean, we talked about the California wildfires. We, of course, talked about the executive orders on illegal immigration, the firing of DEI with Donald Trump, sending D.C. workers back to the office, that $500 billion investment in artificial intelligence, reports of Donald Trump getting after Russia to end the war in Ukraine. We've got that story for you as well. Treating drug cartels as terrorist organizations and releasing once classified documents on assassinations. It goes on and on. All the things that we talk about here on Nashville's Morning News and Talk Radio. This interview on CNN, over 9 minutes, with Jim Acosta and Tim Burchett. You know what the topic was?
What?
The pardoning of the J6ers.
Oh,
Do you defend what Donald Trump did, releasing these people from prison, pardoning them, commuting their sentences? Yes or no?
9 minutes. 9 minutes. This badgering with Jim Acosta and Tim Burchett. And Burchett, you know, he's trying to answer the question because it is a nuanced answer.
I was the last person to leave the Capitol grounds, the floor of the Capitol, last member of Congress on January 6th when all this went down. I was offended as anybody. If they crossed those barriers, they were breaking the law. But you got to realize, too, they are charged under federal law. Many of them never even saw their day in court and were sitting in a jail cell. So the whole thing is
Congressman,
bad news. But you
Congressman,
also...
I asked you a yes or no question. Do you agree with President Trump's decision to pardon these violent people and releasing them from jail?
I am so damn tired of the yes or no questions.
Yeah.
You notice that's what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
So this whole thing was very contentious. And Acosta, again, trying to get Burchett to answer this yes or no question. Congressman, it's a yes or no question. It's really not. It is all about context. It is all about a bigger discussion. Now, they can play, big boy britches news anchor all they want with Jim Acosta, but the reality is that there's a lot to this discussion. Now, part of what CNN is trying to do is they're trying to lump everyone together, all 1,500 plus. They all participated in different ways on January 6th. But as usual, there's a lacking of context, a lacking of fairness in the questions of Jim Acosta. And Tim Burchett is trying to give a more thoughtful answer than Acosta is willing to hear. I mean, he just won't stop.
If they were truly violent, no. But do I know that they were? I don't know that.
What do you mean you don't know that? We're showing the footage on the air right now. Congressman, you were there that day. There are offenders on January 6th who violently beat police officers. There are offenders who are convicted of seditious conspiracy. That is the truth.
This is a political world, Jim, and I don't remember you all on CNN condemning Joe Biden for commuting the sentences of murderers and child molesters, which he did, and you all
Congressman, I'm not asking you about that. Congressman, we talked about Joe Biden's pardons.
You never do, Jim.
Congressman, we did talk about it. We talked about Joe Biden's pardons.
Oh, Jim, you did not. You all read your report from the Democrat National Committee, as you always do.
That is absolutely false.
As I said, he is a Tennessee treasure. Now, just so you understand some of what's going on here, remember what I talked about yesterday. You have the whole discussion of pardons. Biden has shipped off some of these 9/11 terrorists, these hijackers, to Oman, where they'll live a life of heroes as he tries to empty Gitmo, the 9/11 masterminds. They won't be getting the death penalty. Joe Biden has taken the death penalty off the table for gangbanger murderers. He pardoned his own family, of course. We all know that. And a good reason why the Democrats lost is because crime has been rampant. And so you've got the congressman, and he's trying to sort of put this in a larger context and point out the hypocrisy of CNN and Jim Acosta and the media at large. Because I believe that is part of the conversation. They can try to, pin him into this yes or no answer, Congressman, but the reality is that it is not a yes or no answer. It simply is not. And I love how Burchett is he's turning the tables on Jim Acosta, because I would have loved for Burchett to ask the questions from Jim Acosta, which is yes or no. Do you agree with Joe Biden taking the death penalty off the table for the 9/11 hijackers, the masterminds of 9/11, or maybe the gangbanger murderers from, Tren de Aragua and MS-13? Because that is exactly what Joe Biden did. So it's more than just about J6. It's more than just about yes or no, Congressman. It is a lot more. But wait till you hear this statement made by Jim Acosta, where he actually asks the question, should Donald Trump be held accountable if one of these J6ers who has been pardoned and released commits another crime? Wait till you hear what Tim Burchett has to say. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Traffic is looking pretty good this morning, although we are hearing from a super texter this morning that says there is an accident. That accident is on, let me see if I can get back to where it is, 24 this morning westbound near Antioch. So that may be a place to avoid this morning or perhaps expect some slowdown. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I think the car crash was on CNN yesterday afternoon.
Yes.
I think that's what it
is.
Agreed. Clouds this afternoon, and your high today, 41 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So all of this is going on. Jim Acosta and Tim Burett. And I think part of what's going on, of course, and we, again, talked about this yesterday, where this gives the media something to focus on. You know, it's almost like what we're going to be having to deal with, Joan, is the media's outrage of the day. I mean, that's obviously what's going to happen.
It's the same thing that we experienced 4 years ago. Well, actually 8 years ago, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's 8 years ago from the day one of Trump's administration to the last day of his administration, and then all 4 years of Joe Biden, where it was all about Donald Trump.
Are you going to respond and say whether or not it is right to let these people out of jail?
I don't know if it is or not. I'm not a lawyer, but I'll tell you what isn't right.
You're a congressman. You're a member of Congress. You're an elected official. Take a stand.
They were not given due process. I told you if they crossed the line, they were trespassers. Should they rot in jail for the rest of their lives in a federal penitentiary
not
and never be charged?
Beating police officer, tasing police officers.
So Burett has a great point, of course, about rotting in jail, never being charged, no due process. And again, part of what is going on here is the media is going to use the cases of a couple of these guys, really bad guys, to criticize all of the pardons. Now, yesterday we spoke about this Dan Rodriguez, or DJ. He was part of a group, and he admits to doing this, of grabbing the taser of a cop and using it against that police officer. There were other charges, of course, as well, but, you know, this guy was sentenced to 12 and a half years. You know, the average time, I mentioned this yesterday, the average time a person spends in prison for assaulting a police officer is between 2 and 5 years. Now, he's already been in there for like 4. So when you look at the charges and when you look at what this guy did, and I'm not saying that it's okay that he tased a cop, clearly not, but everything has to be put in its proper context. Not every person in that group of 1,500 was out there tasing a police officer, but they're using that one case to tarnish all 1,500. So Acosta needs to be more concise in his questioning. Now, ask specifically, I would say, about Stewart Rhodes, the Oath Keepers leader who was convicted of plotting with his fellow Oath Keepers to disrupt the inauguration of Joe Biden. You know, he never went inside. This Stewart Rhodes never went inside. But they say that he did direct things from the outside.
Your party has said time and again, we back the blue. It sounds like you let down the blue. You're betraying the blue.
Jim, why don't you just give an editorial and not let me come on?
I mean, the verbal onslaught was never ending.
Why not just say, you were wrong, Mr. President? Say it. Why can't you say it?
And then they trot out the ex-wife of the Oath Keepers leader, that Rhodes that I just talked about. The ex-wife, where she's talking about her concerns about her ex-husband and her safety.
I'm worried. I am worried. I also worry about his followers. They're a bit unhinged, and he does seem to be regathering and regrouping his army.
If any of them commit crimes in the future, should Donald Trump take personal responsibility for that?
So, number one, trotting out someone's ex-spouse is just a slimy thing to do. Most folks that have ex-spouses will understand that most ex-spouses don't have a lot of good things to say about a former spouse. But, of course, this is CNN. But I love the question about whether or not Donald Trump should be held accountable if any of these guys commits crimes in the future. Okay, you want to talk about Biden and Harris and Mayorkas allowing all of those illegal aliens into our country? Are they going to be held personally accountable or personally responsible for what those gangbanger illegal aliens have done to the likes of, for example, Laken Riley? I mean, Burett was being verbally attacked by, Jim Acosta, and I think that had he thought about it, that would have been a great question to ask Jim Acosta. But this whole interview is just a train wreck. leading to that epic moment that we started with.
This is not Fox, Congressman. You can't just spin a tail and pull the wool over people's eyes.
Yeah.
This is CNN. This is the news. We are asking you to come on and tell the truth.
And that's why more people are watching the Cartoon Network SpongeBob reruns right now, Jim.
And by the way, we have some big news out of CNN coming up at right before the news at 5:30. I think I'll do that. Joan Jones has the news at 5:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, the identity of the Antioch High School shooter has been revealed, and also a manifesto that it appears he posted online. We've got those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
525, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. 7670 says this. I don't know, Joan, if you saw this, but the Super Text line is open.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He says, Dan, how in the world do you cover crap like that and totally ignore a major news story that happened right here in our city?
Oh, we are not ignoring it. Mm-mm.
I got a whole thing on that. So this is sometimes what gets frustrating as your humble host is that I got like 4 hours of content that I got to fill. And so I can't cover all the topics in one segment. Now, right when I came on the air, I said we've got a longer conversation about what happened at Antioch High School, and that is going to come up. Actually, we're going to do a little bit of it coming up at 5:35. So, no, I don't ignore stories. I mean, some stories I do ignore, like the whole Elon Musk Nazi salute thing. I basically ignored that because I think it's completely stupid and dumb. But I'm not ignoring the Antioch story, not by any stretch of the imagination. There's a particular aspect of the Antioch shooter story that I find particularly fascinating. So we're going to talk about that coming up at 5:35. So no, I'm not ignoring it with all due respect. And here's the other thing. It was interesting. I was talking to someone who was a listener the other day, and he actually, he might be listening right now, as a matter of fact. He said he's a 5 o'clocker. You know, he's an early worm. And so the 5 o'clockers, you know, he's a good guy, and he and his wife listen in the morning, but they got to walk into work at 6, which is all fine, well, and good. I appreciate them listening in the 5. But when I tease, for example, Governor Bill Lee is coming on at 8:35, he says, I can't listen at 8:35. Almost all of our really good stuff, all like half segment of good stuff that we do every single day on the show is actually podcast. I'm just kidding about the half segment of good stuff. We podcast a lot of stuff. I mean, probably at
almost
least
every interview you do, I put up on that.
Every
podcast.
interview, a lot of the monologues that I do as well, the 35s that we do with Chris and the one at 5. So if you can only listen on the radio for an hour, thank you. I so appreciate it. If there's stuff that you know specifically that you missed, you can always listen to the podcasts. Those podcasts I'm like a virus. You literally cannot get away from the past shows. I mean, we have podcasts. We have the entire shows that are video on YouTube. It's video streaming on YouTube, on Facebook as well. So they're just, I mean, if you think you missed something, and I've always found that interesting, and KGB, you don't know this about this, but as the day goes on, our YouTube numbers actually get higher. People go back, and it may be whatever time in the afternoon, and people go back and they'll watch during the afternoon. The digital people told me that. So it's kind of weird, but whatever.
Yeah,
listen,
I've seen the numbers. They're good.
Yeah, I don't, so I don't, again, I don't pretend to understand that, but whatever. Anyway, so 7670, I'm going to cover the Antioch school shooting. Trust me, we're going to do that coming up next because there's something that I find really interesting and alarming, and I want to warn you folks about something going on with the Antioch shooting, and it's all coming up straight ahead. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Would love to hear your thoughts on anything that we're talking about or not talking about. And also, we are going to unveil the Daily Dan poll coming up at 5:35. Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning now, 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, we now know the identity of the 17-year-old student who shot and killed another student at Antioch High School yesterday. Police say Solomon Henderson shot a female in the school cafeteria and then turned the gun on himself, and the incident was partially live-streamed. Now, that female student, 16-year-old Jocelyn Correa Escalante, died at the scene. Another student suffered a graze wound, and yet another student was injured while trying to escape. According to the Daily Mail, Henderson left behind a long online manifesto that detailed why he wanted to commit the shooting. His final writings, however, came months ago on November 18th, which is the same day police received a call about a school shooting at Antioch High School. Police at that time, however, determined that it was a hoax. Now, Antioch High School had just installed a new weapons detection system that uses AI cameras. It's called OmniAlert. David Frazier is the developer of that system.
This is a technology that allows an existing safety system, your security cameras, to be turned into a proactive avoidance tool. The big advantage of using artificial intelligence over humans is you can do it quite reliably.
Now, OmniAlert is designed to detect a weapon when it's pulled and then take actions, including calling the police. And it's not clear if in this case it was the OmniAlert system that alerted police. But we do know that there was no metal detection system as the students came into the school. And we'll have more on this all throughout the morning. TBI just this morning releasing a statewide endangered child alert for a teenager missing from Hollowald. The 17-year-old Alyssa Varney was last seen yesterday. Officials say she has a medical condition that may make it difficult for her to get home safely without help. Now, if you know anything about this missing 17-year-old Alyssa Varney, you're being asked to call police. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Pretty slow this morning on 24, the westbound lanes in the Laverne area. Be careful as you're traveling there. It looks like there may have been an accident. Perhaps they have worked on cleaning it up. It looks like the delays are getting a little bit better there. You can let us know on this super text line if you're seeing any slowdowns this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Sorry, so much news to talk about. I think I got some slippery elm stuck in my throat. Joan, how are you?
That's not good. I'm well, except I'm just so disturbed about the story about Antioch High School.
And I just saw something. KGB, Jeff Malinoff, is here as well. So I want to get to a couple of things. Has this dude's manifesto been officially released?
I don't think it's been officially released. I'm seeing phrases from it.
Yeah, like bits and pieces.
Yeah, so not the whole thing, but what police choose to release. Again, in this situation, who knows if we'll see the whole thing. It was 300 pages long.
300 pages?
That's what, let's see, I think it was Daily Mail said it was 300 pages. Okay. Or maybe Tennessean. Everyone has a story.
So one of the things that Channel 5 is reporting is that Candace Owens was named as one of this dude's inspirations. Nick Fuentes as well.
Right. So I'm seeing it there, but I don't see it everywhere else.
Right.
I'm seeing other. Kanye West was an inspiration. Hitler was an inspiration.
Is that what he's saying? So he's just naming all of these people.
Yes. So This is all like from different sources. Everybody has a little bit of different information about who were his inspirations.
So if Kanye West and Hitler were also named as inspirations for this guy, and supposedly he also linked to or mentioned the Covenant School shooting.
Yeah.
Why would Channel 5 specifically name Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens?
That is a really good question.
Because, they've been on and on about this whole white supremacy thing. White nationalists in Tennessee. Phil Williams has been all about that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's part of this, if there was a lot of other people that were mentioned or entities that were mentioned in all of this. Why focus on Candace Owens? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Candace Owens. A lot of people love Candace Owens. A lot of people who are conservative love Candace Owens. And I don't pretend to know literally anything about Candace Owens.
Yeah.
I don't watch her. Every once in a while, I might play her audio, whatever. But I know that she had a big falling out over there at the Daily Wire with Ben Shapiro because it sounds like she took the wrong side on the Israel-Hamas war, where she started blasting Israel for defending itself against Hamas.
Yes.
And that led to a big disconnect between Ben Shapiro, as you can imagine, and Candace Owens, and she got booted. So I don't know. I don't know why this guy would. I guess if he's is this guy like Hitler? You said Hitler, Nick Fuentes, anti-Semitic. So I guess he's intimating that Candace Owens is anti-Semitic. Is that what he's saying?
I didn't see anything about her.
Okay.
That's only on Channel 5.
Okay.
So the mention of Hitler is in the Tennessean. So every source kind of has a different angle on. Somebody must have their hands on this manifesto, right? Because there's so many different angles that people are taking.
Well, yeah. I mean, we all know how long it took for, we haven't seen the Covenant Manifesto officially released yet. So, we'll have to.
Sorry, you also said it was 300 pages. So he could have listed everybody in there regardless because 300 pages is nothing to, that takes a long time.
That's a long manifesto.
Yeah, that's almost too long.
Here's another little interesting tidbit. This is from the Tennessean. 2 of Nashville's at-large council members, Quinn Evans Segal and Delicia Porterfield, spoke about the shooting on Blue Sky.
Okay.
So, and Blue Sky is the leftist alternative to X. They all went over there to be able to, I don't know. Anyway, they're saying, of course, what they're doing at this point is saying, we need more gun legislation. So that's, that's
what they do.
That's what they do, and that's how
Not
those
real surprising.
people are taking. Yeah, that's the actions that they're taking.
Okay, now here's one thing that I don't understand. This is from Town Hall. Now, again, not all the details have been released, but this is what has been reported. And again, remember, there's official news and releases, and then there's stuff that is kind of reported but not official. They say at least one student was killed after being shot in a Nashville high school cafeteria Wednesday. Another student opened fire, striking and killing a female student, injuring one more victim before turning the gun on himself and committing suicide. But I guess they're saying that somebody else had a gun and took and tried to defend. Have you heard that?
That's an angle I have not heard.
Yeah, at least one student was killed after being shot in a Nashville high school cafeteria on Wednesday. Another student opened fire, striking and killing a female student, injuring one more victim before turning the gun on himself and committing suicide. I don't know. There's a lot of information that seems to be flying around.
Yeah, well,
and I don't know.
Isn't that always the way, though?
Oh yeah, there's always
the first 24
always
hours.
the two-shooter theory.
Yeah.
Always the two-shooter theory. So here's the thing. Are they going to try and pin this on Donald Trump? Because
they are.
Well, yeah, because remember, Nick Fuentes is the guy that Donald Trump had dinner with that one time with, was it Kanye? He showed up with Kanye? I think it was Nick Fuentes shows up with, I don't know, one of those people. I think it was Kanye. And Trump was like, I don't know who this guy is. But people are screaming up and down that Trump is having, dinner with this big anti-Semite Kanye, Nick Fuentes. And then they bring in Candace Owens, who is a conservative. I believe that she is a supporter of Donald Trump, although I don't know because it sounds like she went, way off the reservation a while ago. So I don't know where she stands now. But ultimately the question is, and the warning for you folks is, be careful because it sounds like no doubt they're going to try to ultimately pin this on Donald Trump, as we have seen, or conservatives, as we have seen, as they try to politicize this tragedy. And the reality is, in some of the excerpts that I've seen, and I don't want to read this dude's manifesto because I don't want to give him, I don't want to give his words the importance that he believes that they were. But what I would say is that if you do read parts of the manifesto, which I have, some of the stuff that's out there, he was clearly crazy.
Yeah.
Like he was nuts. He had a self-loathing.
Isn't that so weird?
Him.
I bet he was ashamed to be black. He was ashamed to be black.
Yes, that is what he said. He was ashamed. And I don't really know what to say about that. I don't know if it's sad. I don't know if I'm prepared to, call that mental illness, but there is other very violent things that he said in there. And I believe that when you say, hey, I was inspired to do this, well, and part of what I wanted to say about Candace Owens, there's millions of people that have watched her podcasts and her interviews and watched her TV show as she had it, that did not do what this guy did. So before people start, attacking Candace Owens, realize that if you're inspired, you say you're inspired to do something by what somebody else said, I think, that could point to a mental illness. I'm just saying. And I think that if you're, walking into a cafeteria and you just want to start shooting the place up, I believe that is mental illness. And, and again, the left is going to start going after the guns, and it's all the same very, very predictable behavior by people on the left. Attack the gun and forget about, the guy's mental illness, attack Candace Owens, attack Donald Trump. I don't know anything about Nick Fuentes, but whatever. But they got to focus. They got to focus on the person behind the gun.
Here's some more words.
Okay.
I was so miserable. I wanted to kill myself. I just couldn't take any more. I am a worthless, subhuman, a living, breathing disgrace. I would say that this young man had some issues.
Yes. It sounds like he had some issues. You know what I wonder, though? Like, okay, so he talks about committing suicide. Well, then I got to be careful here.
Yeah.
But if you have that desire to commit suicide, why take out other people? Why take out innocent victims? If you want to take yourself out, well, then that's what you want to do. But why take out other people? Just because apparently there was no connection between the guy, the shooter,
and this poor young girl,
the poor 16-year-old who was killed. There's no connection whatsoever. He just walks into the cafeteria and does what he does. Why take out innocent people? That's what I think that's a sign of. I think that's a sign of mental illness, obviously. So now what we're going to find out is, okay, so where did he get the gun? What psychotropic drugs could he have been on? I think he said in the manifesto that it had nothing to do with bullying. All of those things are just, again, the bits and pieces, the dribs and drabs that have come out from his manifesto. So, and 8064, you're right, he did have demons. So it's very sad.
Police right now are searching a home on Carefree Lane in Antioch.
Carefree Lane in Antioch. Okay. And they didn't have no metal detector.
No metal detector. Now, they had this system called Omni Alert, and it used the cameras that were already installed in the school. And this system is designed to, if somebody pulls a gun, an AI system in these cameras recognizes the shape of the gun, whether it's a long gun or a short gun. It just recognizes the shape. And the action taken from there is that it alerts others. So it alerts police, it alerts the school office, it alerts other people.
Mm-hmm.
Now, officers were there within minutes, but by that time,
it's too late.
It's too late.
Yeah.
So, but even before that would work, you would expect that there would be metal detectors in the school.
I don't like the fact that they have that camera, a camera. There's no one around him if he pulls out the gun. It's like we said, it's too late. A metal detector, if there's a security guard there, he'll instantly know. I'd rather have instantly know than, oh, I'll be there in 5 minutes. No.
And there were some SROs there.
Yeah.
But as I have always said, if you've got a big school, you can have 5 SROs.
Yeah.
But if they're not right there when it's happening, then there's not much the SROs are going to be able to do. The Republicans have talked about trying to fortify the schools, and that was part of that legislation, I think it was last year, where we need to fortify the schools. There is all the big conversations about arming teachers, all of the various things that, we have talked about forever. Oh, by the way, do you have that audio bite that you played in your 5 o'clock newscast of that girl that was inside the school? Can you play that?
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go.
I felt like my whole world was crumbling apart in my hands, and I didn't have my phone, so I couldn't call my mom. And so I was really just there, and no one would know that I'm gone.
That is the saddest.
It is. Now, that particular comment in this particular situation in Antioch High School has reignited the discussion about should cell phones, smartphones be banned in school. So, because it's by district, I guess. It's by district. So some districts have it banned. Other districts do not have them banned. Some districts will make you put it in one of those bags, whatever it is. So our Daily Dan poll is this. Go to YouTube and watch us on video. I'm wearing my new jacket, by the way, that I got for Christmas. Watch our video and take the poll. The poll is, should cell phones be banned in schools? Because a lot of parents are out there saying, and you've got that comment right there, a lot of parents are saying that they want to be able to reach their kids in just these kinds of instances. So this debate is reignited again. And so if you want to go to YouTube, watch us on YouTube, take the poll, if you would. Should cell phones be banned in schools? I will say in light of what happened yesterday, in light of this girl's comment, I think that it is a very, very legit conversation. It is 5:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. By the way, do you have KGB, do you have an opinion? Should cell phones be banned in schools?
Well, I think you were talking about like maybe during class, put them in it's such a, for me, because I had a phone during school, and there'll be instances where it's like a family emergency or something like that happens, you want to be aware. But then there's other things where it's like distractions and that kind of thing. I think it's such a hard topic because you can go either way with it easily.
I can make the argument either way.
Exactly.
Either way.
Yeah.
Can I be honest? This is terrible. Joan, maybe you remember. I don't know. When we talked about this a while ago, I don't even remember what my opinion was on it.
Yeah.
Because it could go either way. I could do a fire-breathing monologue either way. Yeah. I mean, I really can.
And hearing those girls' words saying she didn't have her phone, it's like that to me is like, I totally get needing a phone in that particular, especially if like, what if the person you see someone with a gun and no one has reported it yet? You can get on the phone and dial 911 or text someone or something like that. Just maybe more. But again, then there's distractions, and then that's when education goes down. But but I feel like the ends justify the means in that situation.
Joan, what do you think? You got an opinion?
I hate that these it's social media that the kids are tapping while they're in the schools, and I hate that it takes their focus away from what they're doing. But listening to that girl say, I couldn't call my mom, that just tears through the mom in me. So I too am just torn about whether or not they should be allowed in school. I'm torn.
So this brings back all the conversations about the SROs. Should they be armed? Should teachers be armed? How do we fortify our schools? Because Republicans are all about all of these things. About keeping the kids safe. The Democrats, of course, and they want to focus on obviously just the one thing. But Republicans and what they've wanted to do is they wanted to, and they do have more of an overarching, many different multifaceted solutions to this problem. Democrats focus on one thing. Republicans want to focus on a lot of things. And again, mental illness. What kind of drugs was this guy on? What kind of psychotropic drugs was this on? What kind of signs maybe were missed? And all those other conversations that we will no doubt be having in the next several days, weeks, and months and years. It is 5:53. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yeah, police are searching a home in Antioch this morning as that investigation continues into yesterday's shooting at Antioch High School. We've got more on this coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay. There are a lot of people wondering what Donald Trump is up to. Need some audio here, KGB. There's a lot of people wondering what Donald Trump is up to. Now, you know that he had this big interview, long interview. Actually, with Donald Trump, you need long interviews because he does his famous weave, right? He goes all over the place. But he was talking about Joe Biden and all those pardons.
This is not Fox, Congressman. You can't just...
And that's not the right audio. This
guy went around giving everybody pardons. And you know, the funny thing, maybe the sad thing, is he didn't give himself a pardon. And if you look at it, it all had to do with him. I mean, the money went to him.
Should Congress investigate that?
Well, I don't know. It's, you know,
you ordered the DOJ.
I've always been, look, he didn't give himself a pardon. And he didn't give some other people a pardon that needed it.
All right, so Donald Trump pointing out that Joe Biden did not pardon himself, and he had a lot more to say. And how people are taking that is that Donald Trump is going to, and the Trump administration, that perhaps the Trump DOJ, perhaps Congress, they could start going after Joe Biden himself because he didn't pardon himself. So I've got that full story and the full context and a whole bunch of other audio from Donald Trump and his interview with Sean Hannity. It is all coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, good morning. It's now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got the latest information now on the shooting at Antioch High School, including that the shooter, 17-year-old Solomon Henderson, left behind a 300-page document. Some consider this a manifesto in which Henderson railed against what he called race mixing and wishes to take revenge on society. Now, the Tennessean is reporting this morning that the manifesto contained praise for Adolf Hitler and pages of explicit photos from previous school shootings. Now, Henderson reportedly updated that document just 4 hours before the shooting, which he partially live streamed. The update expressed dismay that Henderson needed to speed up the original plan. Now, there's no reason why he had to expedite the plan. Apparently, he intended to commit the shooting today and kill at least 10 people and an elementary school teacher that was named in that as well. His fellow students, though, say they're really shocked by all of this.
He was not a kid that you would think would do something like that. He stayed on task. He did his work. He was quiet. So I was really wondering what was going through his head. I feel like just a whole conversation could have ended all of that.
Also, police are saying they have not found a link between the shooter and his victim, in this case, 16-year-old Jocelyn Correa Escalante. Police are not saying whether they had previous police interaction with Henderson either. We'll have more on this story all throughout the day. Other news, an end to birthright citizenship and asylum, two of the latest changes by President Trump. ABC's Matt Rivers went to the border near San Diego, where many asylum seekers have just learned that their hearings have been canceled. Speaking to one man in particular who said that he escaped from Iran, made it to the U.S.-Mexico border, and was hoping to become a U.S. citizen.
This story, while more dramatic than most, is being repeated time after time in Mexico. He was politically persecuted in Iran. He fled Tehran about 5 weeks ago. He came here hoping to be able to get into the United States. He has a legitimate case for asylum.
I lost my hope. I feel depressed, really. And I don't know what should I do.
But right now, there is no way to apply for asylum in the United States. Hundreds of thousands of migrants now stuck with no idea what they're going to do next.
Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Gains for Netflix and AI-related stocks helped to drive the major indexes to solid advances Wednesday. The Dow finished 131 points higher at 44,157. The S&P tacked on 0.6%. The Nasdaq gained 1.25%. Chip giant NVIDIA, by the way, is again the most valuable American company on the planet. A stock bump boosted the value of the AI-dominant company to nearly $3.45 trillion. That pushes it past Apple. It comes as President Trump announces new investment in artificial intelligence. Still looming, though, the president's promises of new tariffs on imports from Canada, Mexico, China, and Europe. Some could hit as soon as next week. A big pay raise from a big box retailer. Walmart is boosting bonus and stock awards to regional managers while cutting perks for some office workers. The max annual pay for a regional Walmart manager now exceeds $600,000. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures kind of flat this morning. The Dow futures are up 48, but the NASDAQ futures down 100 points. The S&P 500 index -7. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Just some delays, tap of the brakes this morning on 24 westbound heading up to the Laverne area. That's where there was a previous accident this morning. Looks like that's now been cleared. Also, a crash in Madison, Tennessee 45, just west of Myatt Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on in to your Thursday, January 23rd. Hope you're doing well. There's a lot going on, obviously, here in Middle Tennessee, across the state as well. 8:35, going to speak with Governor Bill Lee. Really looking forward to that conversation. Join us at 8:35. And right now, big news coming out of a Donald Trump interview that he did with Sean Hannity. And the headline is, Trump seems to intimate that Joe Biden should have given himself a pardon. And so that's the burning question this morning. Could there be an investigation coming on Joe Biden?
This guy went around giving everybody pardons. And you know, the funny thing, maybe the sad thing, is he didn't give himself a pardon. And if you look at it, it all had to do with him. I mean, the money went to him.
Should Congress investigate that?
Well, I don't know. It's, you know,
Well, you ordered the DOJ.
I've always been, look, he didn't give himself a pardon. And he didn't give some other people a pardon that needed it.
So this is one of several big moments in the interview. Now, what could you actually investigate Joe Biden specifically for? What crimes? You could go after him again for classified documents. You could go after him for conspiracy to deceive, claiming that the border was closed, maybe dereliction of duty, of course, tax evasion, influence peddling. And don't forget about the Tara Reade incident, where she accused him of sexual assault. So the question is, Donald Trump didn't pardon himself or grant preemptive pardons when he was in his first administration. So why should Trump not go after Joe Biden? An eye for an eye, right? Because Trump didn't pardon himself preemptively. Biden went after him. Biden's DOJ going after Donald Trump at the federal level, of course, at the state level, too. I believe that there was coordination. So now the question is, should Trump go after Biden? Because it does seem like there is an opportunity here.
I went through 4 years of hell. I spent millions of dollars in legal fees, and I won. But I did it the hard way. It's really hard to say that they shouldn't have to go through it also. It is very hard to say that.
So Trump says that he was asked about giving pardons to people in his first administration, and he said no.
I was given the option. They said, sir, would you like to pardon everybody, including yourself? I said, I'm not going to pardon anybody. We didn't do anything wrong. And we had people that suffered. They're incredible patriots. We had people that suffered. You had Bannon put in jail. You had Peter Navarro put in jail. You had people that suffered. And far worse than that, they've lost their fortunes. They've lost their whatever, their nest egg, paying it to lawyers.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, we all know what Donald Trump went through. So remember the question. Should Trump and his attorney general, Pam Bondi, if she ultimately gets confirmed, should they investigate Joe Biden or the Republican Congress, perhaps? Now, here's where I defeat the argument. Number one, that'd be a lot of resources. That'd be a lot of time. And can we all just be honest? Joe Biden's old. And I don't know how much longer Joe Biden is going to be around. Listen, I hope he's around for a long time to come. All I'm saying is that right now he's old. And the wheels of justice in Washington, D.C., they slowly turn. And would it ensure accountability and transparency? That's the other thing. The other thing that it would do is it would continue the precedent of political investigations and presidents going after one another. Biden did it. So then does that mean that Trump should do it as well? What happens if the next president is a Democrat or the next Congress is run by Democrats? They're going to go after Donald Trump. In other words, when would it end? Now, here's the thing. I'm arguing with myself. They're going to go after Trump anyway. Can we all just be honest? So let's say that J.D. Vance, let's say that he runs after Trump's term. Well, then Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance, perhaps they both run. And let's say, Lord help us, that Kamala Harris wins. You think she's not going to go after Donald Trump? Please. She would absolutely go after Donald Trump, regardless as to whether Trump went after Biden. So I don't know when all of this political persecution will end.
Your argument took a stop when you said Kamala beats J.D. Vance.
I understand that. No, I do understand that, KGB. You know, there's reports that they're saying that she's not going to run for California governor because she thinks that she believes that it is a thankless job. That's what Kamala Harris said. Oh, my gosh. Well, it's a thankless job if you suck at it, like Gavin Newsom. Anyway, here's more from Donald Trump talking about whether or not Joe Biden was right in pardoning all of his family members.
The precedent that he set on pardons is amazing. That's a much bigger story, but people don't like talking about it. He pardoned everybody, but he didn't pardon himself. And remember this, those people that he pardoned are now mandated, because they got a pardon, to testify, and they can't take the fifth.
Should Congress investigate that?
I think we'll let Congress decide.
Would you want the Attorney General to?
And so then my computer crashed. But I will tell you what he said. They're redoing our studio, hopefully new computers as well. But part of what you heard Sean Hannity asking Donald Trump, what about Pam Bondi? What about Congress? Trump specifically saying, I'm going to let Congress handle that. And I like that Trump said that. So we have a couple of, I'm just curious to know, and you can send us a note on the super text line, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. This is not the official Daily Dan poll, but this is just, I'm curious what you think. Should Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, or Congress go after Joe Biden? Again, Biden has already set the precedent. I told you some of the various things that they could go after Joe Biden for. That's a couple of items. But remember, that means that the presidential persecutions more than likely would never end. Biden did it, then Trump does it. Next Democrat president, next Democrat Congress will no doubt do it as well. So there's a lot of arguments for or against. I believe that if they really did a good deep dive investigation into Joe Biden and his family, they'd find a lot of wrongdoing. But again, I don't know. The wheels of justice and transparency in Washington, D.C., again, they turn very slowly. And I just don't know what is it they say? Is the juice worth the squeeze? I just don't know. We all know that Biden was corrupt. We all know that the Biden family was corrupt. Not enough to find charges according to House Oversight and James Comer, whatever. But it is a legitimate question. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. .6:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes, it's much warmer today than it was yesterday. High today of 41, maybe some clouds by this afternoon. Right now, 21 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. One of the more interesting things that I thought was that I liked about the interview with Sean Hannity. By the way, have you noticed that Donald Trump is literally everywhere? He's given a couple of press conferences. He gives a 1-hour interview to Sean Hannity. You've got the president. He is giving all kinds of access. And I think that's on purpose. I think that it's on purpose because everyone knows that Kamala Harris, she didn't want to do any interviews as she was on the campaign trail. Trump certainly showing his transparency during the campaign. Joe Biden, for the better part of 4 years, was nowhere to be found. And we all know why. He was nowhere to be found. But beyond all that, he talks about his vindication and his return to the White House. And it was all about a few things. Number one, a great campaign. But more than that, it was about the Democrats' terrible 4 years. So Hannity asks Trump, basically, do you believe that it is better? And this is a debate that we've had here on WTN. Do you think that it's better that you had 4 years, he's asking Trump, that you had 4 years off to let the Democrats reveal how incompetent they are?
It's turning out to be bigger. And I think one thing is happening is people are learning that they can't govern and that their policies are terrible. I mean, they don't want to see a woman get pummeled by a man in a boxing ring.
No.
They don't want to see men in women's sports in other ways. They don't want to see them, and they don't want to have transgender for everyone. They don't want a child leave home as a boy and come back 2 days later as a girl. A parent doesn't want to see that. And there are states where that can happen.
Oh.
They don't want to see taxes go through the roof. Like, this is the only group of people they want to raise your they say we want to raise your taxes.
I mean, he's right. See, I just don't know if the Democrats will ever recover from the last 4 years, and that's true. The example of their trans policies is just one. He also mentioned the Trump tax cuts there at the end. Now, Democrats, they're going to fight him, and he's talking about that. Democrats will fight him on extending the Trump tax cuts because they'll say, oh, these are tax cuts and they're breaks for the wealthy corporations and the millionaires and the billionaires, all that stuff that we always hear, which, by the way, as you folks know, is unmitigated BS.
If they don't work with us on the Trump tax cuts extending, that would mean it would go back to the taxes. We got the largest tax cut in history. That would mean the taxes would go up more than any tax hike in the history of our country. And normally you'd say that's got to be the easiest negotiation in history, because if they did that, how could they ever win an election? But they'll fight us on that. They fight us on things. It's incredible.
Here, I ran into...
They don't use common sense. In my opinion, the Democrats don't use common sense.
And common sense won the day.
Right. I mean, Sean Hannity is right. Common sense did win the day. And that's part of what the campaign was. Now, those tax cuts, they'll expire, just so you know, at the end of the years, unless Congress and Trump come to an agreement. The Senate, solidly controlled by Republicans, will certainly vote to extend those tax cuts. But it also has to get through the House. And just know that the Democrats, they're going to ask for a bunch of BS. And so Republicans, they have got to do this. They have got to be able to get this through the House of Representatives. Remember, the Trump tax cuts, and I've gone through this ad nauseum with you, friends, but they saved money for everyone, especially the lower earners and especially the middle class. But sticking to that question of whether Trump would have been better off winning a consecutive second term, or if things are better for him and his legacy trying to clean up the mess of the Democrats, that is up for debate. I do believe that he is going to have an easier time cleaning this mess up, but deal with Donald Trump, he's got a big broom and he's ready to clean things up. Here's part of what he said.
All solvable problems with time, effort, money, unfortunately, but they're all solvable problems. We can get our country back. But if we didn't win this race, I really believe our country would have been lost forever.
But I love it. He says all of these issues that we're facing right now, yes, they are solvable, and he is certainly making fast progress. Did you hear what's going on with Saudi Arabia? Have you heard that story about Saudi Arabia and Donald Trump? Wait till you hear this story. It's another one of those hashtag winning moments, and it's all straight ahead on Super Talk 89.7 WTN, Nashville's Morning News. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. I'm Dan Mandis. You know, my entire life I've dealt with the hassles of glasses and contacts, and as I've gotten older, my eyesight has been getting worse and worse. Issues driving at night, reading small fonts and halos around lights. Really frustrating, and I've made the decision that I can't keep living with this. It's really even hard for me to work. That's why I'm thankful to have found Dr. Horn and the team at Vision for Life. Now, they've helped thousands take control of their vision. I'm excited to be one of them. After discussing lens replacement with Dr. Horn and how the procedure can correct both near and far vision while eliminating cataracts for good, I knew that I had to take the leap. So stay tuned, as I'll be sharing my journey with you every step of the way. If you're dealing with the same struggles, you owe it to yourself to check out Vision for Life and see why they were voted Nashville's best ophthalmologist. So call them today at 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Visionforlife.com is the website, visionforlife.com. It is 6:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news at 6:30. Joan.
Dan, we have learned that the Antioch High School shooter claims that another school shooter followed him on social media. There's more that we're learning from his manifesto this morning. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
.625 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. 2025 is the year you need to get active again. Now, if you've been sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, check out my friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. Now, I've been a client for over 10 years, and I've never felt better. I arrived in Tennessee over a decade ago, and I went through spinal decompression therapy for my chronic back pain, and it really helped me a lot. And every once in a while, I need an adjustment. Dr. Mitch fixes me right up, and right now, a great deal. The Wellness Institute of Nashville is offering the Big 47 offer in honor of our 47th President of the United States, 47% off spinal decompression. Now, you know, they utilize the latest high-tech equipment in their state-of-the-art facility to provide effective non-surgical solutions. So call them today at 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. You can always find them online. It's painisbad.com to take advantage of the Big 47 offer, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. I'm Dan Mandis, and I put my seal of approval on that deal. 628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening, along with Joan Jones and KGB, Jeff Malinoff. So one of the questions I'm asking this morning, Donald Trump intimating that he wants to, Joe Biden didn't pardon himself. And so the question that has been put out there is, should the DOJ under Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, probably Attorney General in Congress and all that, should they go after Joe Biden since Biden did not pardon himself? That was part of that big interview. I played you the audio in the previous segment, and I asked your opinion on the super text line at 615-737-9986. I would say about 85 to 15% people are like, no, let's please just move on. And I tend to agree. I do understand about transparency. I do understand about consequences. But you know what else I understand? I understand that we need to be better than them. And do I think that Joe Biden did some rotten, illegal stuff? Do I think that his family is mired in influence peddling and all that? Yes. But Trump needs to focus on me and you and your family and our country and our economy. That's what they need to have 100% focus on. Let God sort out the rest. It is 6:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. 21 degrees right now. We'll head up to the low 40s today, and your forecast is still to come here. We have new information leaking from the manifesto that was left behind by the Antioch High School shooter. Solomon Henderson apparently glorified extremist views, praising Kanye West, Adolf Hitler, and others. And he claims that the shooter at the Abundance Life Christian School attack in December, her name was Samantha Ruppnow, she followed him on his X account. This fellow student tells News 2 it just doesn't make any sense to her.
We were in ROTC together like this year too, and he was always top of the class, always doing his work.
Police carried out a search of a home on Carefree Lane in Antioch last night. They carried out bags of items, but we don't have any information about whether anything taken from that home is related to the shooting. Now, Metro Health Department is offering free counseling at Woodbine Public Health Center. That's starting at 9 o'clock this morning. You can make an appointment, but they're telling us that they'll take walk-ins, too, for counseling sessions today. This shooting is raising questions about how that gun made it into the school. Metro Police saying the shooter rode a bus to school and then went into the bathroom upon arriving. That's where they think that he retrieved the gun. There are no metal detectors at Antioch High School, something that was a surprise to some parents who spoke to Channel 4.
After this, every Metro high school, at least starting with the high schools, because that's where it's more problematic at, they need metal detectors.
Antioch High School does utilize a weapons detection system that uses AI tied to its cameras. The system is designed to recognize a gun when it appears in sight of those cameras and then notify police and school security. Now, it's not clear if that system notified school resource officers. They did arrive on the scene, but it was after the shooter had already turned the gun on himself. We'll have more on this story all throughout the morning. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. By the way, at 7:06 or so, we're going to have Scott Sapicki, State Rep Scott Sapicki is going to join us. And he was behind legislation to fortify our schools in the last session. We're going to talk to him coming up at 7:06 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. You know that January can be a time to clean, purge, and become healthier. My friends at Zero Res can help you do just that. I've been using Zero Res for years. They do offer you a healthier way to clean your home. And using Zero Res means that they use cleaning agents that leave your carpet, simply put, cleaner and healthier than those other carpet cleaning companies. Now, you know when they clean, they use their ZR water technology. That leaves no soap, no residue, and no harsh chemicals. one of many reasons why I use Zero Res. Now, they're going to clean and sanitize your surfaces without the use of detergents or harsh chemicals, which means that, yes, your carpet stays cleaner longer, unlike those other carpet cleaning companies. Again, I've been using them for years. Now, right now, they've got a great deal going on at Zero Res. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $99. That is huge. And they can celebrate the new year as well. 25% off of upholstery cleaning. I like that as well. So again, great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $99. 25% off of upholstery cleaning too. So be healthy and stay healthy in 2025 with Zero Res. Restrictions may apply. 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com.
Couple of trouble spots this morning. We have 40 westbound at Demumbrian Street. That's exit 209B. There's a crash there. The right shoulder is blocked. Earlier this morning, they had some construction set up there, too, so careful in that area. Also, in Hermitage, Old Hickory Boulevard at Central Pike, that's an accident. And a stall out on 24 eastbound lanes just before Old Hickory Boulevard North, exit 40, and the left shoulder is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:35. EJ Host, by the way, is coming up next. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partners, and they're my partner as well. I love these folks, and I've been working with them for years. Now, Busy Bee is always looking for ways to save you money. And here, in a very cold January, some red-hot deals. Get a free air duct cleaning with the purchase of a new complete whole home AC, or get a free air duct cleaning package upgrade. So you buy the middle package, you are going to be automatically upgraded to the deluxe. And at Busy Bee, they're also offering you 15% off indoor air quality products. So save money and stay warm this January with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Call them 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, BusyBeeHVAC.com. .636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in, along with Joan Jones and KGB, Jeff Malinoff. EJ Host is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. EJ, always great to have you on. It's been a few days, and we have a lot to catch up on, so always great to have you on. So let's start with last night and Donald Trump's interview with Sean Hannity. One of the things, and I've been talking about this, one of the things that the president intimated is that it sure is a shame that Joe Biden didn't pardon himself, and people are taking that to mean that the president may, encourage investigations into the former president. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I would love to see that happen, but I don't think it's likely. Remember that every time President Trump speaks, he's negotiating something. I'm sure he's just instilling fear in the Biden family so that they will go away quietly. That's kind of my take on it. I don't think he's being serious about it. There's far too many other really big, important, forward-thinking things to do that Joe Biden investigation would be a distraction.
Yeah.
Right? Investigating Jill or going backwards would be a distraction from the really big things that he wants to accomplish. His legacy he doesn't want his legacy to be, oh, I took down the Biden family, or we spent 2 years in investigations and blah, blah, blah. Not to mention the fact that, weaponizing the government against a political opponent is something that he speaks very clearly against.
Yep.
It happened to him, so he can't exactly be the example if he's doing the same thing.
Well, it's interesting because there's a passionate part of me that just cannot stand the Bidens, cannot stand the Democrats for what they've done to us as a party and a country the last 4 years. So there's part of me, the emotional part of me, that wants to see that happen. But like you, the part of me that just wants to get things done, the non-emotional, the practical side of me, I just want to get stuff done. And I think that's what Donald Trump wants.
Yeah, too many big, exciting, awesome things in our future to kind of worry about this, octogenarian dementia patient. I mean, we don't need to do that.
Have you heard, by the way, I don't see that this has been announced much, but after President Trump said that he would only visit Saudi Arabia if they started buying more American products, the Saudi Crown Prince has just called and said that they want to invest $600 billion into the United States in the next 4 years. Now, it's incredible. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't want to sound like a sycophant for Donald Trump, but I mean, the wins just keep coming.
Yeah, they do. Look at all the investments. Now, we have to remember, he's going to make a few mistakes.
Oh, yes.
It's going to happen. He can't do everything all by himself. He is a president, not a king, not a savior, right? Like, we have to kind of keep that in mind. But yes, right now, this week, keep riding the wave, riding this high that we're on, because we deserve it. We went through a lot of stuff to get here. And so I think it's okay to be really excited right now and support the president. I hope our Republican friends in Congress, specifically in the Senate, will understand this high that we're on and understand that we want them to confirm everybody. Yep. Just go ahead and get that done. Quit, I was going to say a nasty word there, but, quit doing what you're doing that's slow walking all of this stuff, and let's get it all done.
I'm curious as to your opinion. Yesterday, we spoke about this at great length, so I'm just going to paraphrase because people hopefully heard it yesterday. It was in the news. You got these billionaires, and they want to invest $500 billion. And the headline was, it was all about AI infrastructure, but everybody focused on this supposed cancer vaccine. I know, knowing you, EJ, that you know this story. And there's a lot of people that are sounding the alarm on that because, of course, as conservatives and as we all know from COVID, we tend to have a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to the word vaccine. But what do you think about that whole thing?
Well, I think we have to remember another word, too, which is mandate.
Yep.
So we've already been given the promise, and hopefully it stays that way, that we get to choose what vaccines we're going to take and which ones we're going to give our children and that sort of thing. No more mandates. So if we've got a company, an individual, if we have geniuses out there that are going to be working on developing something that will literally cure cancer, I say go ahead. Do it. Just don't ever force me to take it, and don't use my taxpayer money to do it. Those are my big caveats is, don't make me do it, and don't use my taxpayer money to do it. But I'm not going to stifle innovation. I'm not going to tell people, hey, we shouldn't try and cure cancer, whether it's with a vaccine or something else. Also remember that we call everything a vaccine these days. It's not a real vaccine. It's not in the same line as, polio and some of the other things that we've been given, MMRs and things, for a million years. It's individualized medicine. And that's kind of a different animal altogether. So I've unfortunately known too many people that have passed due to cancer. And I don't think the treatments we've got are working. So if there's somebody who says, hey, we should try this and we should look into something else and we should investigate and experiment and do some things and really research another way to tackle this beast, I'm not going to tell you not to. I just have those caveats.
642, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. EJ Host is joining us. EJ, I don't know if you've heard, but word is from Axios and now many other places as well, of course, that Senator Marsha Blackburn is considering a run for the governorship. Now, by the way, Bill Lee is joining me at 8:35 here on Nashville's Morning News. But there's names that have been percolating out there. You've got Senator Marsha Blackburn. It's no secret Tim Burett has spoken about possibly running for governor. There's some congressmen that have also said that perhaps they're going to be running for governor as well. I know that we're a couple of years out, but I don't know. What do you think? Marsha Blackburn for governor, or do you think that she's best suited to stay where she is?
I'm neutral. I'm not going to say anything this far out. I think you'll be hard pressed to find anybody with a war chest bigger and support lacking than Marsha Blackburn, right? So she's got plenty of support. She's got a lot of supporters here in the state. She's got money from other states that will come in pretty easily. Republican National Governors Association will probably like her very much. Like there's some big money, big support for Marsha Blackburn. That's not to say, however, that there won't be someone else who also has the backing of, the big money people. I would like to see somebody who has so much support from the people of Tennessee that it's overwhelming and it doesn't matter how much money that is, right? So we'll have to see if Marsha also fits that bill, but it's too early to tell. There will be so many people putting their name in the ring, and we're going to have to sort through all of these people that are just, power hungry and would rather the cushy job of staying in their home state than having to travel, right? That's always a thing, especially when you're talking about House reps and whatnot. So we'll see.
Yeah, there's a lot of names that have been out there and rumors and everything. I think it's going to be a really fun couple of years. It is 6:45 on Super Talk 99.7. EJ Host is joining us. Time to check the roads on WTN. 6:45 weather today, a high of 41. We're going to have some clouds this afternoon. Right now, 22 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, programming note, State Rep Scott Sapicki, who is all about education in the state of Tennessee. He's going to be joining me at about 7:06, and we're going to talk about the Antioch shooting and some of the measures that the state legislature has taken to fortify our schools and what could be next in this state and this next legislative session. EJ, let's talk a little bit about the school shooting in Antioch. I'm sure you know the story. You're a mom as well. So one of the conversations that have come out of this is whether or not phones should be banned in schools. And this is always a conversation. Right now here in the state of Tennessee, it depends on the district. And some districts have banned it. Everybody's got their sort of different nuance to the same thing. But by and large, phones have not yet been banned in a lot of places. The pro people will say, well, it's you've got the kids. They're always so distracted, so these phones need to be banned. Then you've got people that will say, well, the kids need to be able to get a hold of their parents just in times of emergency like we saw in Antioch yesterday. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a tough one. The phones don't help them learn anything while they're at school. And in my opinion, they just don't need them. They don't. And if there's an emergency like there is one, yesterday, they don't need their phones then either, because it's all over the news. The parents are going to the school. They're probably getting phone calls, alerts from the school anyway. The parents are. So you can go there and then you can pick up your phone after. And I know that creates some chaos and not everybody's going to agree with me there, but that's the God's honest truth. And that's how we used to do it before cell phones happened, before everybody was walking around with one, and we did okay. Kids, in fact, were getting better grades in math and science and English when we didn't have phones. So, that's not the only reason, but it could very well be one of the main reasons, is that they are distracted. The other part to that thing is too, though, we have to remember that we're giving these kids technology at every turn. So while we may take away their phones, we're giving them iPads to use in school. And so they're manipulating these iPads faster than we can put controls on them. The kids are going to find a way to be active, whether we give them their phones or not, on these social media apps and things like that. I think the larger question at this point is, what is making our kids so angry? Why are they so full of hate and anger? It's a very, very sad situation, but more and more and more, not just teenagers, but we're getting into like 5th, 6th grade where these kids are just angry. There has to be something to it. We know that social media, we know that access to these different apps is messing with their brains in a very bad way. That's all been pretty well documented. And so, why would we go ahead and give them these phones, give them the access to these things in schools if we know that they're dangerous to their health? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So take the phones out, probably get back to some pen and paper. Not everything has to be done on an iPad. Of course, they're going to need to research and know how to use these tools that will be available to them, as they enter into adulthood and jobs and everything else. But it's not necessary to teach math with an iPad in 1st grade, at 3rd grade, right? It's just not. So let's get back to some basics, and then really take into account the mental health of our kids.
Absolutely. EJ Host is joining us. EJ, how can folks find you on X?
Yeah, please go at EJ Under the Radar is my handle.
All right, EJ, as always, great to have you on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and we'll look forward to talking to you again soon. By the way, we're talking about, EJ and I talking about cell phones being banned in schools. Our Daily Dan poll is up. Go watch us on YouTube and answer the poll question. Should cell phones, the context is, in light of what happened in Antioch, should cell phones be banned in schools? And so that is our Daily Dan poll. It is 6:50 on Nashville's Morning News. You can watch the broadcast on YouTube and, of course, take the poll as well. Dan Mandis here, and I want to remind you about my friends at Loan Pronto. What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple $100,000? Now, if you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Now, they are the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold hard cash so that you can pay off all those credit cards or start that home remodel. Now, Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisal. Now, listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That is your money, and you need to use it. Now, one client using Loan Pronto got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, a couple of car loans, and a personal loan as well, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. Call them, loanpronto.com, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Get the money you need for anything. As always, again, find them online anytime at loanpronto.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. It is 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7. Joan, what's up?
Yeah, video taken inside the cafeteria at Antioch High School. Now we have the audio and a warning here that it may be too graphic for some people. That's coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I felt
Hey, you remember that moment that Donald Trump was asked by Peter Doocy if Joe Biden left him a letter, which is customary in as presidents transition from one to another. And it turns out that Joe Biden did leave a letter for Donald Trump. And we're gonna get into what that letter said here in a minute. But Sean Hannity asked Donald Trump about that letter from Joe Biden. I want you to listen very closely to what Trump said.
So I opened it up, and I actually gave the letter to Peter.
And did he got to read it?
I guess. I haven't.
You don't know if he read it?
I just sent it to him a little while ago.
He literally, Donald Trump, that tells you how little he thinks of Joe Biden, that he gave the letter to Peter Doocy. And lucky Peter Doocy, that is very cool. That is a piece of history.
Do you think he could read it? Do you think it's like chicken scratch, or do you think it's actually handwritten nicely?
I don't know.
I don't think he got to keep it, do you?
He says he sent it to Peter Doocy.
Wow.
It said on the front envelope 47. And as I said, I don't know if Joe Biden, he couldn't talk. I don't know about reading or about writing, but
reading.
Or reading. Yeah, who knows? But here's what it said. You want to know what it said?
Yeah, go for it.
The letter, which is Donald Trump found inside the Resolute desk in the Oval Office with a little help from Fox News senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy, is addressed, Dear President Trump, and reads as follows. As I take leave of this sacred office, I wish you and your family all the best in the next 4 years. The American people and people around the world look to this house for steadiness and the inevitable storms of history. And my prayer is that in the coming years, with a time of prosperity, peace, and grace for our nation, may God bless you and guide you as he has blessed and guided our beloved country since our founding, except for the last 4 years.
He did not write that. I'm calling BS.
Definitely did not.
There's no way. I will bet my entire year's salary that he did not write that. And that's not much, but still.
Well, here's the deal. I don't believe that Joe Biden wrote that. That's number one. And number two, I do find it funny because as the American people and people around the world look to this house for steadiness, his administration has been nothing but unsteady. There's been no steadiness coming from the Oval Office in the last 4 years. So anyway, that's what it said. And Donald Trump recognized it's BS, and he literally just said, heck with it, give it to Peter Doocy.
It was probably typed also by an intern. Like, it wasn't even like handwritten, it was typed.
I don't. That's a very good question. Would it have been typed?
Wow.
No, because then it loses its meaning.
Maybe that's why he gave it to Peter Ducey. It really didn't have any meaning. That's a good question.
That is a good question. I don't know if it was typed. You know what? KGB, find out if it was typed.
On it.
All right. 8:35. Got a lot more straight ahead. Scott Sipicki joining us up at 7:06 on WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top story. Something to be aware of on the roads. Old Hickory Boulevard at Central Pike. That intersection is blocked by a crash this morning. We'll have more on that and on your forecast in the moments to come. Antioch High School is closed for the rest of this week as that community recovers from the shooting at the school yesterday. One student shot and killed another and then turned the gun on himself. One of their students suffered a graze wound. This student watched it all happen in the school's cafeteria.
I felt like my whole world was crumbling apart in my hands, and I didn't have my phone, so I couldn't call my mom. And so I was really just there, and no one would know that I'm gone.
Oh, that's so sad. Her name is Candace, and she spoke to Channel 4 there. Also, there is a video of the shooting that's become available online, and I'm about to play audio from it. So please, if you're sensitive to this kind of audio, or if you have young children in the car, I'm going to give you a second here to turn down the volume. Now, it appears that the video was taken by somebody in line at the school cafeteria when the shooting took place. You can't see the shooter, but you certainly can hear what is happening in this video. Now, killed was 16-year-old Jocelyn Correa Escalante. Now, it's not clear if Henderson targeted her or if the two even knew each other. Metro Nashville Police Chief John Drake revealing that there were warning signs before the shooting, referencing an online manifesto that the shooter left behind. Drake says that if somebody brought these signs to the attention of a parent, a teacher, or even police, that the shooting yesterday may never even have happened.
So always, if you see something, say something. We believe there's some materials out there, and if maybe they were seen and said something, maybe more could have been done.
That manifesto has been reviewed by several news organizations. The Tennessean saying in one spot that it's a 47-page document, and another that it's 300 pages. It included a layout of the Tennessee school, along with the photos of the weapons that he wanted to use and his thoughts about why he wanted to commit a shooting. Henderson expressed shame about being black, and he used anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim language in this manifesto. Well, we're hearing, too, from state leaders, including U.S. Congressman Andy Ogles. Antioch is in his district. His statement said, "My team and I are closely monitoring the shooting. Join me in lifting up in prayer those who were injured." Also, Senator Bill Hagerty saying that he was heartbroken to hear about the news of the shooting. He and U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn both saying that they're monitoring the situation and praying for the families involved. Also, Congressman Scott Desjardins saying he is sharing prayers. Now, we'll have more throughout the morning about this as more information becomes available. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so yeah, Old Hickory Boulevard at Central Pike is still blocked, that intersection blocked off by a crash there. And they're saying that northbound Old Hickory is backed up over 40, westbound Central Pike backed up close to New Hope Road, causing a real mess in that area this morning. Also, a crash blocking the right shoulder on 40 westbound at Demumbrian Street, exit 209. There had been construction set up there earlier this morning. Not clear if it's still there. Also, an accident in Glenview, Murfreesboro Pike at Vultee Boulevard. And a super texter let us know that there's a water main break this morning as well at the corner of Elm Hill Pike and Donaldson Pike. And only the southbound lane is open. They said one lane, everything else is closed. So if you're heading to the airport on Donaldson Pike, you've only got one lane. Again, that's because of a water main break, and we thank you for that information. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Thursday, January 23rd. My name is Dan Mandis, along with Joan Jones and Jeff Malinoff. KGB is producing, and Scott Sapicki, state rep from the 64th District here in the great state of Tennessee, is with us. And Scott, always appreciate having you on. I always hate the circumstances, typically, when we have to have you on because, of course, we all know what happened yesterday with the shooting at Antioch High School. Scott, last year after Covenant, there was a lot of legislation that was voted on, and a lot of it was regarding the safety of our schools here in Tennessee, and there's a lot of funding. The legislation allocated for $230 million for school safety enhancements, and there's a lot of enhancements that need to happen with our schools to protect our kids. How quickly are those enhancements able to get done? I don't know what exactly was done at Antioch High School, but generally speaking, where are we in that process?
Well, Dan, first of all, I want to say I'm very sorry for the tragedy yesterday, and our heartfelt prayers and wishes go out to those families. But to answer your question, we started this process, like you said, over a year ago. I can tell you, Dan, the schools from my district have already received the bullet-resistant film that's in place, metal detectors, enhancements to campus security like gates and fencing. It is a real-time thing that's been done in a time of trying to get it done as quick as we can. And I think that what we're seeing is this is just a continued effort with all of the thousands of schools that we have across the state of Tennessee to secure them from external intrusion.
Yeah, one of the things that folks are saying is that Antioch High School, there wasn't any metal detectors, there's no weapons detections systems. Is that part of the safety package that was passed last year?
If you'll give me a little latitude, I'll try to explain the whole process, if that's okay.
Okay.
So first of all, we passed a bill to supply a Homeland Security agent provided by the state to every county. And one of the first jobs of that Homeland Security agent was to do a school security assessment on all private and public schools and give those recommendations to the LEA or the school districts or the private schools so that they could take those assessments and provide them to the state for funding to meet those assessment needs. Now, the first question we have to ask, Dan, especially with Antioch now, is what was that assessment? What did it say? And what did Metro Nashville facilitate those upgrades in that school to make sure that those areas were secure? That's one of the first things we got to get, Dan, is information. So that's the one thing that I'm looking at is, okay, what was the school safety assessment? The second thing was we provided money, and you know this because we had an issue with Metro Nashville about not wanting to participate in the SRO program. we provided an SRO at state funding for every public and private school across the state. So we want to know to make sure that they were taking advantage of those resources. And then lastly, Dan, we provided over $200 million for mental health of our students and our people in Tennessee. And we want to make sure that all of our school districts are pulling down those funds to help with social workers and crisis intervention teams for that when they identify a student or an individual who's in crisis to get them the necessary help. So there's a lot of questions that need to get answered before we start jumping to solutions and conclusions.
Yeah, I mean, what happened, and my big question whenever these things happen is the mental health aspect. And I don't want to get into what I said earlier in the program. People have heard it. But the mental health aspects of this and what kind of psychotropic drugs had this kid perhaps been on, we don't know. There's a lot that we don't know. There's a 300-page manifesto, whatever. But the bottom line is I remember speaking to you about this last year, Scott Sapicki, where, I mean, I lost my ever-loving mind when we were talking about Metro Nashville not wanting to participate in this because if I remember right, they didn't want to participate because, you know, people like Justin Jones and so forth, they wanted to focus exclusively on the gun. And they didn't want to talk about any kind of safety improvements, building fortification, SROs, none of that, because they wanted to focus on the gun. I don't even, remind me, did he vote for House Bill 322?
No, it did not.
I remember this. I remember this like it was yesterday because this was, you know, with all the protests and all of that stuff that was going on. You had the Justins and Gloria Johnson and all these folks, and they voted against these clear, common sense solutions. And whether or not it's all been executed or not is up for debate. We got to find out all those questions. But I guess go ahead.
When we were going through this process, Dan, all of the experts told us is you've got to prevent intrusion into the building. And so on the school safety assessments and the school safety grants that we were going to supply this money from to protect our most vulnerable individuals, our students in classrooms and our teachers, was to do everything we can to make sure that the individual does not gain access to the school. Look at the Covenant shooter when she shot out the glass. Remember that? Those videos? Yeah. We did everything we could based off of those safety recommendations by the experts to prevent the intrusion of individuals with guns into our schools. And then if they did get entrance, to make sure that we had individuals in there who were trained to repel those individuals to keep them and keep our students safe.
713.
We had to pass a bill. We had to pass a bill real quick, and I'm going to tell you this. We had to pass a bill to force Metro Nashville to put the SROs into schools.
That's so, that is so irresponsible. That is so, now, there were a couple of SROs, from what I understand, at Antioch High School. They just were not in the area when this was going on. This happened in the cafeteria. And it all goes, Scott, it all goes back to what you said a few moments ago. It's all about the access into the building. And that's what they need to prevent. It's all about fortifying schools. And, you know, unfortunately, right now, if a lot of these schools, I'm assuming that if somebody wants to, you know, walk in, they can. And I think, to me, it is all about fortifying those schools, a focus on mental illness. And yes, I do believe that SROs, they do ultimately make a difference. I'm going to ask you about the current legislative session coming up here. I got to check the roads. I'm going to ask you a couple of things. Number one, about whether or not you'll look at any of these safety measures here in this term that you're in this session that you're currently going through. That's number one. And number two, there's folks that are asking questions about a cell phone ban. We'll talk about that as well straight ahead with Scott Sapicki, 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, very good. 7:15. Weather today, a high of 41, clouds this afternoon. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News, 23 degrees. All right, so you're currently in session. And Scott Sapicki, so is there anything school safety related that is on the docket, as far as you know, this year?
No, I do not. I know there's been some members wanting to follow up on the school safety resources, making sure that those funds are being taken up from the state, making sure these plans are being implemented, and then doing a follow-up with the Homeland Security agents going behind the work and making sure that things have been put in place that were put on the assessment. I'm sure that some of my colleagues will look at other avenues of trying to prevent the intrusion. I think you're going to see more emphasis, put onto the mental health aspect of it. As we know, when these shootings take place, these individuals, they have crossed a line mentally that they are willing to shoot another individual, and we've got to try to get them as much help as we can ahead of time, and being able to look for the signals and get people trained to look for the signals of someone who's in distress.
Well, there was $8 million allocated for hiring school-based behavioral help staff as well in that House Bill 322 from last year. One of the conversations, and it is our poll up on our YouTube page, should cell phones be banned in schools? Now, I mean, you and I have spoken about this. Remind me, right now there's no official statewide ban. It's by district, correct?
That is correct. Some districts has already taken it from bell to bell, and there's all different plans. There's a bill that Senator Hensley and I are running this year. I think off the top of my head, I think it's House Bill 25, or maybe House Bill 15. And what it does is it requires every district to come up with a policy that during instructional time, cell phones are banned. However, the students during an emergency have to have access to their phones, so it accounts for a tragedy that might happen or a crisis that might happen in school, and it leaves it up to the local school districts to come out on how they want to address those issues. You've seen them, Dan. I think I might have showed them to you. These schools that have these little pockets on the back of the doors that when the kids walk in, they just put their cell phones right there. So during instructional time, they're not in their hands, but if there's an emergency, they can access them really quick at the door.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
But that was a recommendation we got on the education side about the distraction the cell phones are causing, hurting the educational outcomes. But from the Homeland Security agents, they said, hey, it might be a good idea that those phones still stay in the classroom, but in a pocket on the door. So in case of an emergency, the students can access their phones so the parents could have communication with their kids.
All right, Scott Sapicki joining us. Have we missed anything? Or I know you're going to have a far more in-depth conversation with Murphy Show this afternoon. Have we missed anything in the context of this conversation?
No, I think before we start, like I said, before we start jumping to solutions and conclusions, I think we need to continue to gather information and ask questions, and then we can make good decisions going forward on what needs to be done.
All right. Always great to have you on, especially when you're kind enough to give us some time at the last minute like you did today. And as always, thank you very much for joining us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Scott Sapicki, 64th District. And reminder that Governor Bill Lee will be joining us at 8:35 right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Apparently, there's breaking news that I don't know if I would call this breaking news, but
it's breaking.
CNN is laying off a bunch of folks?
Yeah. CNN is laying off 200 people.
Wow.
Eliminating 200 jobs focused on CNN's traditional TV operations. They'll add the same number for new digital roles like data scientists and product engineers. So how about that?
So they're firing the TV people and they're bringing in digital people.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I do not. This is a report from the New York Times.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a subscription to New York Times. I am not afforded a subscription for New York Times, so I really can't tell. What this is all about. But
right.
yes, and also they're not the only ones. CNN is laying off hundreds. NBC News is also planning layoffs this week.
Okay. Did you hear what's going on with weather people?
No.
TV weather people?
No.
Oh, my goodness. It has been all the conversation on Facebook. I don't have time to do it now. Coming up right before the news, Joan and I'm sure it's going to be an engaging and enthralling conversation about local weather people. But they're being fired all across the country. So we're going to talk about, yeah, they are. We'll talk, it's one particular company. And it's owned by, this company is owned, it's like Allen Broadcasting. Remember Byron Allen? I forget what TV show he was from.
Yes.
But he owns a bunch of TV networks. And in their infinite wisdom, they've decided to fire all of their weather people across the country. And what they're going to do is they're going to have like their weather coming from one location.
Oh, well, that's smart.
So
that's...
how are you going to do that in breaking news situations, breaking weather situations?
Right.
I don't know. I think it's a sad commentary on what's going on with local news, but especially when you look at, when you look at local news, they do polling. I guess we're going to do this now. When you do polling and what people look for local television for, they always talk about the weather. They always talk about the weather.
Yeah.
And now, and they're spinning it like, oh, we're going to be coming from, I think they said the Weather Channel, this sort of like hub. And Weather Channel has all of this, highfalutin, high-tech, gadgetry. And
so they plan to use that?
What they're saying is that the coverage is actually going to be better and not worse because of the laying off of all of the actual weather people.
Of course they're going to say it's better. It's not bad, guys. It's
exactly right.
No, they warn them like, guys, this is going to suck.
Yeah.
Be ready.
So, I don't know.
I just don't know how you bring you localize the weather.
Yep.
Using a national system. No, that doesn't work.
Nope. All right, it is 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news at 7. She's local. She's right here in the dust-encrusted news corner.
Yes, and I treasure this news corner. We do have more information this morning about the manifesto, the final writings of the shooter at Antioch High School, and we'll bring that to you coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Every night at homework time, I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. Now, we at my house can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. Over the holidays, I did a ton of fill-in work, not only nationally, but across the country in local markets, and I can rely on Xfinity for my rock-solid internet that I use to do all these shows and my show prep as well. Now listen, homework and our jobs don't wait for the internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. Now, I do rely on Xfinity. I've been a customer for years. And by the way, if there are issues, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, online at Xfinity.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. 725 on Nashville's Morning News. I just read something on the text line that absolutely floored me, and I hope this isn't true. We'll talk about that coming up. 726 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Big news for my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking of buying a gun safe, you've been putting it off, now is your time. Gun safes are sales tax free at DT McCall's. Now, they are the largest Liberty Safe dealer in the state of Tennessee because they've got free delivery and free setup. Now, other places going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 for those smaller models. DT McCall and Sons, they deliver every safe for free every time, period. And there's no setup charges either. So save some big bucks right now on your Liberty gun safe when you shop at your local DT McCall's. Find them online anytime, dtmccalls.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. $728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So I don't know if this is true or not. You know, Joan, the awkward thing about the super text line, and this is true with anything, is you don't really know what's true or what's not. But I've heard this a number of different times where apparently Antioch High School, they're saying that they had metal detectors, but they are not using them any longer.
Yeah, I read those super texts too.
Yeah, I can't confirm it right now, but maybe, one of our reporter friends on the scene can. But why would they turn them off? That's what I'm curious about.
Right. So channel WSMV TV channel 4 is saying that they didn't have a system, a metal detection system, but they did have an alert system. And we'll talk about it coming up in the news here, but they had this detection system that used AI with the existing cameras in the school. And it helped them to identify if there was a gun that was pulled out,
right?
In view of the cameras.
Yeah. Well, as Scott Sapicki said, we're not even 24 hours into this. And so there's a lot of questions that are going to be asked. We've got to find out the answers. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, but I am saying that this is what I have heard, but we don't really know. And, Scott and I spoke about it. We don't really know what the situation was at the school. The state legislature, they have opened up the purse strings, and there's been a lot of money that has been afforded the schools to do what they needed to do. They were working with these representatives from the Department of Homeland Security. What are the risk assessments, the threat assessments of your school? And then you have the money to implement whatever needs to be fixed. And that seems like a good idea to me. Anyway, it is 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got a lot more straight ahead. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Stay close.
Good morning. It is now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, it was a 17-year-old student who shot and killed another student at Antioch High School yesterday. And police are saying that Solomon Henderson shot a female at the school cafeteria. Then he turned the gun on himself. That female student is 16-year-old Jocelyn Correa Escalanta. She died at the scene. Another student suffered a graze wound, and yet another student was injured while trying to escape the scene. Now, according to the Daily Mail, Henderson left behind a long online manifesto, and it detailed why he wanted to commit the shooting, including writings about being ashamed of being black and rants against race mixing and a desire to take revenge on society. He also included graphic photos from other school shootings. Now, the final time that he wrote in this online diary came months ago, November 18th, which was the same day the police received a call about a school shooting at Antioch High School. Police determined, however, at that time that it was a hoax. Now, Antioch High School had just installed a new weapons detection system that uses AI cameras. It's called Omni Alert. David Frazier is the developer of that system, and he spoke to Channel 4.
This is a technology that allows an existing safety system, your security cameras, to be turned into a proactive avoidance tool. The big advantage of it using artificial intelligence over humans is you can do it quite reliably.
Omni Alert is designed to detect a weapon when it's pulled out by identifying the shape of a handgun or a long gun, and then it takes actions, including calling the police. It's not clear, though, if in this case it was Omni Alert's system that alerted police, but we do know that there was no metal detection system as the students came into the school. The shooter used the streaming platform Kick to live stream that shooting, at least partially. The company quickly put out a video to say that they banned the shooter's account and they removed that video. But some videos circulating online of the apparent incident shows the shooter filming himself walking through the school's hallways and attempting to open doors. The classrooms, however, were locked. Now, we'll have more on this all throughout the morning here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. That is the latest news. Stick around. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Joan 4702 says, Dan, I need a good laugh.
Okay, yeah,
Tell
that's
us
a good idea.
something about your experience with 2-day-old fish or something else self-deprecating. I think that fish
Got
was
anything?
Wasn't that fish like 5 days old? I thought it was 5. I don't remember. No, I don't have anything self-deprecating. Although, do you know when you're in trouble? When you receive a text from your lovely missus.
Uh-oh.
And she says, were you late this morning? Because you know what that means, right? Guys, you know exactly what that means.
That you bothered her going out the door.
That I have left something
Oh.
or I've done something that clearly indicates that I did or didn't do something or I woke up the house.
I mean,
So-
you have your tea, you have your phone, you have your jacket.
It is actually a bit of a conversation. We'll talk about that straight ahead. And more audio from Donald Trump, the layoffs at CNN. It was Trump and Hannity, a great interview. We'll talk about all that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7. Dan, I can't do my job today.
It's kind of fun, though, to watch you.
Have you noticed? What word did I invent?
Yeah, you put fused two words together.
I think I said snottle or something.
Snottle would be a good one.
I did. I said I combined a couple of words, and I just stopped in my tracks. Snottle? Really? That's what I said? So I'm happy.
You just need more of the coffee.
Maybe that's what it is. See, now my voice is going.
You're
okay?
a mess.
Are
You're
you
a hot
okay,
mess.
buddy? Good Lord.
Thank you, Joan. Hey, KGB, did you hear that? Joan called me hot.
No, I said you're a hot mess.
Oh.
There's a difference.
I missed the mess part. Anyway, moving right
Do
along.
not take the context out of our star. Okay?
Dan Mandis here for USS. We've had a lot of snow. We're going to have a lot of rain and so forth. You need to make sure that your home is fortified and that your foundation is free of any cracks and your basement doesn't have any cracks because of water leaks. Because, you know, the tiniest cracks in your basement with a snow, rain, whatever, that water could actually end up in your home and, yes, cause all kinds of issues. Like, what if your pipes burst? If that water remains unseen, it can turn into even bigger problems like mold and wood rot and the need for structural repair. Now, if you want to stay ahead of water damage, call USS, United Structural Systems. They've got over 30 years of experience in basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. They do it all at USS. I should know. I've been a customer for over 10 years. Now, USS inspections, they are absolutely free, and they're not going to sell you unnecessary repairs. We are simply here to help. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. You can always find them online, USSTN.com, USSTN.com.
Got a crash on the North Loop this morning. That's a 65 southbound past the I-24 exit for 86A and B. The left lane is blocked off there. Also, Hillsborough West End Avenue at Murphy Road. There's a crash involving injuries backed up there to 440. And then Madison, 65 southbound lanes before Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 92, a crash blocking the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.738 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Smottle, I guess is what I said earlier, Joan. Smottle. Because I combined I was combining smaller and models, and I said smottle.
Smottle, yeah.
Trademark that.
And of course, and I'm sitting here, and here's the funny thing. And yesterday, apparently, I said suck-uppery.
I think that's a word.
Is that an actual word?
No. Nah.
It's a danurism.
It's a danurism. No, that's
you just
what
made
happens.
Me spit snot out of my nose.
That's what just happens in his head.
That is
when
exactly what happens in my. I have a danurism.
I mean, the hey is a danurism.
Well, no, it's the danisms give me a danurism. That's what it is.
And you ruined it. It's over now.
It's not. See, I had to make it weird.
Yeah,
because that's what I do.
You had to put a dad joke in there and just ruin it for everybody.
Listen, Andrea says that Dan has the best jokes. Thank you, Andrea.
That's suck-uppery.
Did you see the emoji afterwards?
That's a suck-uppery.
No, hold on, Joan. I got to defend this woman here, or person here. The emoji afterwards is the question mark, like, huh? The best
is there?
jokes?
I must have missed that emoji.
Yeah, there's a little emoji.
You know what,
end.
Andrea? I had feelings of affection for you for like 30 seconds.
Oh, it might be the hand over the mouth. Maybe it is a compliment. I'm not sure. I can't.
I don't know, but
Andrea,
it's fine.
We
it's
need
all good and well.
Andrea, we need a confirmation. Is that a sarcasm emoji or is that a?
Are you suck-uppering?
Suck-uppering emoji.
Are you whatever? So anyway, Amy asked me via text message if I was in a hurry this morning. Now, the last time she asked me that question, I don't know if you were with us yet, John, but the reason she was asking is because I'd forgotten to take out the trash. And the dog got into the trash, and poor Amy.
Oh, no.
Poor Amy woke up to trash strewn all over the house. And so I got, of course, a picture of the trash all over the house and with just 2 words, forget something? Yes. So when she asked me this morning, and she did clean it all up, but she asked me this morning if I was running late. I'm thinking my actual quote on my text was, I think I said, "Oh Lord, what did I do?"
Yeah, I was like, I'm sorry,
because I was telling young Jeff before before he came back that when he gets married he'll understand those moments of panic when your significant other sends you a text message like that, and I said, what did I do? And apparently I was just running around because I'm a hard stepper.
My husband is too.
Is your husband a hard stepper?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't realize it. You know, it's just the way he walks. But yeah, he's a foot slammer.
I walk on my heels is what I do.
Okay.
I'm like a heel. I drag my knuckles and I walk on my heels. That's what I do.
That sounds about right.
I was low-key waiting for another like combination of words you're about to use for that. I'm like, is this a Danurism? Is it happening?
People love Danurism, though. That's the thing.
I know. People are giving me compliments for it, so thank you.
Oh, you know what? Don't be so impressed. They'll turn on you in a heartbeat.
I know, but I'm going to enjoy the...
Have you noticed that,
Joan?
Joan?
The adulation.
Yeah.
No, nobody's ever turned on you. But, man, you say just a wrong thing, and fans for like 10, 11 years, all of a sudden you're an a-hole. Like that guy yesterday.
Dan, when this show, like 50 years from now, is long gone, they'll only remember one person, and that's Joan Jones.
By the way, thank you for that poll that you did yesterday, where KGB.
Yeah.
So KGB does this poll, and on his own Twitter, on his own X,
Let's take a look.
And he asked a very simple question: who's the real star of Nashville's morning news, Joan Jones or Dan Mandis? Now, for the record, I voted for Joan Jones, and most other people did.
So the poll is still going on right now. At Jeff Malinoff on X, if you want to partake in it. There's 46 minutes left of the poll. Would you like to know the updated?
Yeah, I want to know.
I'm sure you want to know, Joan.
Yeah.
So 68% think Joan Jones is the star.
There you go.
68%.
See, this is what people ask me why I didn't put myself in there. For this reason, I can't compete with this woman. No one can.
And that leaves how many percentage in favor of Dan?
32.
Oh, gosh. Let's see. 32, 68.
We really don't need to elongate this bit, just so we're clear. There's no reason to keep going.
Joan is loving this. She also loves the title of this show, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
You know what? 4702 wrote in Ken Weaver. That's what I should have done.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what? That would be a 50-50 poll if I've ever seen one. Ken Weaver versus Joan Jones. That is.
You know what's funny?
The 90s.
You know what's funny?
Ken's a legend.
Andrea said absolutely. You know what Andrea said? Andrea says, I voted for you, Dan. I love Joan too, but I knew she would win. Andrea gave me, just like in high school when I had sympathy dates, Andrea gave me a sympathy vote.
Oh, Dan.
Hey, listen, whatever. Listen, I'll take a vote any way I can get it.
Oh, here we go. I like this idea.
Amy, give Dan a hug when he comes home. He needs it.
Fire Chris Hand and give Joan his time slot.
Wow.
He's not here yet, is he?
No.
No, okay. Let's not tell him.
He's listening, though. I almost guarantee.
Let's not tell him. You see how quickly they turn on you? Man, a lot. Whatever.
I got to talk to Mason and have him title the next show, The Chris Hand Show, starring Joan Jones. Just every show we should have the Matt Murphy Show, starring Ken Weaver or whoever.
There you go.
Because everyone loves the newscast. Everyone loves them.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know why that is? Because we have two terrific newscasters.
This is also very factual.
That.
CNN and MSNBC have a lot fewer.
CNN has 200 fewer. Now they're saying, I read a little bit more about this, they're saying that the 200 CNN staffers that are losing their jobs are not going to be the faces you see on TV every day because they're already under contract. Although Don Lemon was also under contract when they gave him the boot. So,
yeah, but I think they fired him with cause. It was because he's an a-hole.
So, sorry, I just have to go back to the challenge real quick, Dan. That 32% is your approval rating, someone said. On the poll. Sorry, I just had to bring that up.
I don't know why you keep making this bit longer.
Because
Clearly,
I'm having a blast.
I did the professional segue out of this, and here you are dragging me back in.
Well, also because I gained 50 followers since that poll happened.
Oh, my goodness.
So, gotta...
Please, folks, give Malinoff some sympathy follows if you would.
Dan,
I did it last week.
You did something really cool. You promoted my show that I had on my main post.
The way that you've behaved in the last 5 minutes, that's the last time, young man.
Yeah, well, I only needed one. I needed one from the man, I got it.
All right. Remember that.
Yeah, I will.
Of course, it doesn't matter because I'm not the star of the show. It is 7:45 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you, Christy. At 7:46 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN. As far as your weather goes, weather today, high of 41 degrees, and going to be cloudy later on this afternoon. I love what Tim Burchett said. We had some fun with this earlier, where Tim Burchett, he was on with Jim Acosta, and he threw this down during a very heated exchange on CNN.
This is not Fox, Congressman. You can't just spin a tail and pull the wool over people's eyes.
Yeah.
This is CNN. This is the news. We are asking you to come on and tell the truth.
And that's why more people are watching the Cartoon Network SpongeBob reruns right now, Jim.
Oh, my goodness. And that went viral. And I loved that Congressman Burchett did what he did. Because here's the thing. When you've got, this was a 9-minute interview. So just to give you some context, this was a 9-minute interview. And Acosta, he would not stop asking Tim Burchett about Trump pardoning all those folks. He just wouldn't stop. With all of the things that are going on, it was like one question asked in a different way. And he just, for Tim Burchett, obviously the congressman, and who I believe is a Tennessee treasurer, he did his best to answer the question, but Acosta just wouldn't stop.
Do you defend what Donald Trump did, releasing these people from prison, pardoning them, commuting their sentences? Yes or no?
Well, I was the last person to leave the Capitol grounds, the floor of the Capitol, last member of Congress on January 6th when all this went down. I was offended as anybody. If they crossed those barriers, they were breaking the law. But you got to realize, too, they are charged under federal law. Many of them never even saw their day in court and were sitting in a jail cell. So the whole thing is
Congressman,
bad news. But you also
Congressman, I asked you a yes or no question. Do you agree with President Trump's decision to pardon these violent people and releasing them from jail?
Now, again, remember, 9-minute interview. With all that's been going on with the executive orders on illegal immigration, DEI being booted out of the federal government, sending D.C. workers back to the office, that $500 billion investment in artificial intelligence, reports of Donald Trump getting after Russia to end the war in Ukraine by a social media post, treating drug cartels as terrorist organizations. I mean, all of these things. But for Jim Acosta, this is the line that he's going to draw, of course. It's just crazy.
If they were truly violent, no. But do I know that they were? I don't know that.
What do you mean you don't know that? We're showing the footage on the air right now. Congressman, you were there that day. There are offenders on January 6th who violently beat police officers. There are offenders who are convicted of seditious conspiracy. That is the truth.
This is a political world, Jim, and I don't remember you all on CNN condemning Joe Biden for commuting the sentences of murderers and child molesters, which he did, and you all
Congressman,
refused,
I'm not asking you about that. Congressman, we talked about Joe Biden's pardons.
You never do,
Congressman,
Jim.
we did talk about it. We talked about Joe Biden's pardons.
Oh, Jim, you did not. You all read your report from the Democrat National Committee, as you always do, and you attack Americans.
It's actually not absolutely false. I mean, I love that Congressman Tim Burchett gives it back to Jim Acosta. Now, remember what I said yesterday. You have the whole discussions of pardons. Biden ships off some of these 9/11 hijackers to Oman, where they'll have a life of heroes as he's trying to empty Gitmo. You've got the 9/11 masterminds. They won't be getting the death penalty. Remember, I reported to you that Joe Biden took the death penalty off the table for gangbanger murderers. He pardoned his own family, of course. I mean, it goes on and on. So all of this is going on, and Acosta, he won't stop.
Your party has said time and again, we back the blue. It sounds like you let down the blue. You're betraying the blue.
Jim, why don't you just give an editorial and not let me come on?
I love it.
Why not just say, you were wrong, Mr. President? Say it. Why can't you say it?
I mean, and Burchett is like, at this point, he's like, can we just stop this and talk about something else?
I'm worried. I am worried. I also worry about his followers. They're a bit unhinged, and he does seem to be regathering and regrouping his army.
If any of them commit crimes in the future, should Donald Trump take personal responsibility for that?
So that woman you heard is the ex-wife of one of these one of these folks from January 6th. So they trot out the ex-wife of the Oath Keepers leader, last name of Rhodes, and she said what she said. So that tells you right away that this is not a fair piece that they're presenting, because anytime you trot out, it's like Pete Hegseth. Anytime you trot out like an ex-wife or whatever it is, or an ex-spouse, you know that they're not, by and large, generally speaking, not going to say something nice. But I love that Jim Acosta is like, okay, so if one of these people does something, they get out with this pardon, they do something to somebody, well then should Donald Trump be held accountable? Which is a very interesting question. Because if you think about it, how many bad guys did Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas let into this country? So I would ask Jim Acosta. I mean, to be honest, I'm going to be up, at midnight when his new time shift is, midnight to 2. You heard that they demoted him to midnight to 2, right? So I'm going to be up doing show prep, and I would love to ask him, all right, Jim, so by your reasoning, then if one of these bad guys, like, for example, the guy that killed Laken Riley, an illegal, then can Laken Riley's family hold the former Biden administration accountable? I mean, I think that they should, be honest with you. So I think that for Tim Burchett, I thought that his line against Jim Acosta in CNN was great. And you know what? Here's the deal. Right now, CNN, they're completely morphing. They're completely changing the way that they're doing business with a bunch of layoffs and so forth, because Tim Burchett was right. More people have been watching reruns of SpongeBob than they've been watching CNN. Same with MSNBC, and they're going through some of the same stuff as well. I'm running so late. 7:53. What does Murphy say? Rant pants? Had my rant pants on.
Don't want to know.
You know what?
Me either.
Yeah.
I almost said I was going to take off my rant pants, but then I knew what that would lead to. So let's just say that we're going to talk to Governor Bill Lee coming up at 8:35 on Nashville's Morning News.
Can't get that image out of my mind.
Super Talk. And Joan Jones has the news at 8. Joan, what's up?
Yeah, we'll tell you more about what was in the shooter's manifesto and why one Tennessee legislator is eyeing up the shooter's mental health status. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry, a great local company that has been giving back for over 50 years. Now, the Imamali family, they're full of heroes. They own Brentwood Jewelry, and I've met these folks. I've sat down with them multiple times. I shop at Brentwood Jewelry, by the way. The family patriarch, his name is Salem, and he actually served in special forces. His sons serve as local firefighters. Now, this is a great American family, and I'm really appreciative that they support WTN, and I am happy to support them as well. Now, part of that giving back for them is giving you great deals on all things jewelry, from watches to earrings and necklaces and definitely engagement rings. They'll help you find the perfect ring within your budget. And if you can't find what you want, they'll custom design a ring for you. Now, as far as those incredible watches go, those Rolex watches are amazing. Pre-owned or new, Brentwood Jewelry is Nashville's premier timepiece dealer. They are the official jewelry store of my house, and you should check them out today. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
$7:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. Joan, you'll love this because now everybody is like, who should get fired so that, you can take over?
Oh.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, no.
We're not going to do that.
I did see someone say, what if one day she hosts the show and you do the news?
Oh, that'd be fun.
Listen, I was a darn good news anchor in my day. And I was an award-winning reporter, as a matter of fact. But I couldn't. I couldn't do that now. Do you know what I've done? I have because Joan is a very good host. I will actually type up copy and see if this is what I do in my spare time, and to see if I could still do the whole news anchoring thing. No way. I can't do it. I've spent too much time just talking, trying to actually stick to a script.
Yeah, that would be hard.
It would be incredibly hard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We like you right where you are, Dan.
Oh, aren't you? A rare moment of pity from Joan Jones. It is 8 o'clock on Super Talk. By the way, Trump and Tom Homan and illegal immigration. It is all next on WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The latest information now on the shooting at Antioch High School, including that the shooter, 17-year-old Solomon Henderson, left behind a document. Now, in some cases, it's said to be a 300-page document that may include an online version of it. Some consider this a manifesto in which Henderson railed against race mixing and expressed wishes to take revenge on society. The Tennessean reports that this manifesto contained praise for Adolf Hitler and pages of explicit photos from previous school shootings. Henderson reportedly updated that document 4 hours before the shooting. He partially live streamed the shooting as well, by the way, on the platform Kick before his account was deleted. Now, the update expressed dismay that Henderson needed to speed up his original plan. Apparently, he intended to commit the shooting today and kill at least 10 people, including an elementary school teacher. It's not clear why he felt he needed to do it yesterday instead of today. What had changed? His fellow students say they are shocked at all of this.
He was not a kid that you would think would do something like that. He stayed on task. He did his work. He was quiet. So I was really wondering what was going through his head. I feel like just a whole conversation could have ended all of that.
Now, police say they have not found a link between the shooter and his victim, 16-year-old Jocelyn Correa Escalante. And police are not saying whether they had any previous police interaction with Henderson either. State Representative Scott Sapicki tells Dan Mandis that the state legislature provided funds to help identify students with mental health issues.
We provided over $200 million for mental health of our students and our people in Tennessee, and we want to make sure that all of our school districts are pulling down those funds to help with social workers and crisis intervention teams for that when they identify a student or an individual who's in crisis to get them the necessary help. So there's a lot of questions that need to get answered before we start jumping to solutions and conclusions.
Now, he says he wants to know the results, too, of an assessment, a safety assessment at Antioch High School from Homeland Security, which had been ordered last year at every high school in the state. There is some not-so-hot news on the jobs market this morning.
In the week just ended, 223,000 first-time jobless claims were filed, about 2,000 more than analysts were anticipating. The biggest increases came from Michigan, California, and Texas. The number of Americans actually receiving benefits is up to 1.9 million, an increase of 46,000 from the mid-month reading.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan reporting. Now, we still have a half hour to go before the opening bell. It looks like we'll have a muted opening this morning. The Dow futures are plus 41, but the NASDAQ futures, they're down 97 points. The S&P futures falling 5, and market numbers were brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Big delays this morning heading in on 24, the westbound lanes right around the Laverne area up into the Nashville area, as it meets with 40 there. No problems in that area. I don't see any traffic accidents. It may just be a volume delay. Southbound side of 65 at the I-24 North exit 88, there's a crash. Another one in Donaldson on Stewart's Ferry Pike at I-40, and a crash involving injuries in Berry Hill at Thompson Lane near Powell Avenue. Hermitage, it's a crash. The on-ramp partially blocked 40 westbound at exit 219. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line, by the way, going to get into some illegal immigration news, some incredible illegal immigration news straight ahead. People, though, on the Super Text line are asking about the manifesto, if you will, from the Antioch High School shooter. We've been talking about this off and on all morning long. If you're just joining us, we had a great monologue, I think, in the 6 o'clock hour. We spoke with Scott Sapicki. As well, from a legislative standpoint, what all of this means, what we've done in the past to prevent this, what we're doing moving forward as well. Both of those are podcasts. But people are asking, a question, and it's a serious question, and that is, why do we know so much about this guy's manifesto when we still don't know anything about the Covenant School shooter and her manifesto? Well, we do. We know a lot about her manifesto because Brian Wilson, the folks at the Tennessee Star as well, there's been a lot of that manifesto that has been released. And the same thing here. This person's manifesto has not been officially released by, the folks at the school, the police. I mean, no one. There are leaks coming out, though, but it is not, Joan, from what I understand, it has not been released. But, some of it has appeared online. People took screenshots and so forth, correct?
That is correct. However, Channel 4 this morning was saying that they reviewed the manifesto. So I don't know if they reviewed it in full, if they reviewed just portions of it, because I don't see it online anywhere. It's not readily available. Right. They may just have known where to get it.
Okay. Well, we'll continue to cover this throughout the day here on Super
bet.
Talk 99.7.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said, you bet we will.
Oh, yes. Okay. 8:09 on Nashville's Morning News. Now, Donald Trump, last night, illegal immigration. We all know the border issues have been one of the really, really big topics of conversations for Americans. And a big reason why Donald Trump won the election is because he is tough on the border. We've already seen that. We've seen some incredible things. And last night when he was speaking to Sean Hannity, we know that there are gangs out there right now, the bad guys that Trump and Tom Homan are going after, Tren de Aragua, MS-13. There have been talk of super gangs as well. And so Hannity and Trump, they both agree that at some point with all of these bad guys here, there could be a horrific attack on our homeland.
I won't comment, but I tend to agree with you. It depends. We'll see what happens. Look, we have a lot of great people right now, a lot of great people on this situation. This was a gross miscarriage of common sense to allow people to come in. And I believe the number is 21 million people, and a large percentage of them are criminals.
So Trump didn't say how many he thinks, what exact percentage that are illegal or also criminals. But they are criminals. I understand that. But we're talking about violent criminals. That is obviously a different discussion as well. You've got the criminals that have come over our southern border illegally, breaking our law. You've got the violent criminals, and that's what Donald Trump is focusing on, the worst first. But there's a story out there this morning in Ohio. You might know about this, Malinoff. 4 illegal aliens from Chile. They're being accused. They've been arrested for ransacking the multi-million-dollar homes of athletes, professional athletes. So maybe part of that storyline about professional athletes getting robbed, these 4 guys from Chile. This is from the New York Times. 4 Chilean men were arrested this month in connection with a string of burglaries at multi-million-dollar homes in Ohio after a traffic stop in which the authorities found what appeared to be items taken from the residence of the Cincinnati Bengals quarterback, Joe Burrow. So they're like, no, we didn't do it. Really, then why do you have his award? The 4 men were indicted on Tuesday on state charges, including engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity and participating in a criminal gang. They were arrested as part of a larger federal investigation into burglaries by South American crime groups at multi-million-dollar homes across the country. According to an affidavit prepared by the Clark County Sheriff's Office, several occurred at the homes of well-known professional athletes because, guess what? They know when they're not home.
All over the world. This is not just South America. This isn't, we talk Venezuela, that's a big abuser, but these are countries from, these
Iran,
are the
Syria?
Congo, countries that you don't even think of. The Congo has emptied their prisons out into the United States. We're not thinking about the Congo. We're thinking about South America. It's much more than South America.
So the fact checkers will tell you there's no evidence that the Congo is releasing prisoners so that they'll come to America. What the fact checkers won't tell you is that in the Congo, which is Central Africa, they have released thousands of people from their prisons. It is also true that we have quite a bit of an uptick in illegal immigration from the Congo. And oftentimes, they are single males. And oftentimes, we don't vet them under the Biden administration. So Trump asked the question, why would Biden want an open border? And it's a legit question that we've all been talking about. Many folks, including yours truly, by the way, we've said that it's so that they can stay in power or, of course, impact their seats in Congress. But Donald Trump, he actually doesn't buy that.
I don't really believe that. Besides that, they cheat so much. They don't have to do that. They cheat so well. They're very good at.
So I'm going to go ahead and start that audio bite again, because it's a great sound bite, and my computer chose to crash right when we were talking about that. Hey, Jeff, if your computer is working, can we play the traffic report, and then I'll get back to that audio bite? It is 8:14 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Let's check the roads if it works. Weather today, a high of 41 and clouds this afternoon. And right now we've got 25 degrees and sunny. So let's try this one more time. What's happening is, I don't know why this is happening. The computer is choosing to restart or something right in the middle of my audio. This is Donald Trump, and he is saying that he doesn't buy the open borders as a way for the Democrats to stay in power.
I don't really believe that. Besides that, they cheat so much. They don't have to do that. They cheat so well. They're very good at cheating. The only thing they're good at really is cheating. But here's the thing I ask. Why would somebody say that open borders are good, where jails and mental institutions from other countries and gang members right off the streets of the toughest cities in the world are being brought to the United States of America and emptied out into our country? Why would anybody that even likes, you don't have to love our country, you have to like it. Why would anybody that likes our country, the Democrats, allow that to happen? The only reason it can be is two reasons. You're stupid. And I don't think they're stupid. I think anybody that cheats that much and that well is not stupid. You're either stupid or you hate the country.
There you go. You're either stupid or you hate the country. Now, regardless as to why the Democrats want so much illegal immigration, it is clear that they do. And bad guys coming across the southern border. Now, the good news is that Donald Trump's message of tough immigration policies is working.
The last 24 hours, total apprehensions on the southwest border, 766. Compare that to the 10 to 12,000 Biden had at one time. CBP-1 releases, 0. CHNV, Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela releases, 0. Total of 766 across the entire southwest border. That is a game changer.
Yeah, so Tom Homan, the border czar, says that Trump simply saying deportations are back on, meaning that people in all those countries are no longer welcome, and it also means that they're no longer coming. The CBP-1 app shut down. We talked about that extensively yesterday. Crossers from the really awful countries like Venezuela and Nicaragua, etc., literally is at 0. That is huge. So the usual hand-wringing is going on now about how ICE detention centers are like concentration camps. I get so tired of this stuff. I mean, it really does get old, and it's obviously just silly.
Are you serious? You're comparing ICE agents. We just lost a Border Patrol agent to a shooting up in Vermont yesterday, and they're the Gestapo. Are you serious? Concentration camps? ICE has detention centers. They have the best standards in the entire industry. I'll compare ICE detention standards to any state or federal facility or any county facility in the entire world. We have the highest detention standards, so that's an insult and it's a lie.
Here's the deal. I have no idea what it's like inside of an ICE detention center, but memo to our friends on the left is not supposed to be a picnic, right? I mean, you're in ICE detention because you came into our country illegally. Also fascinating that all these things Democrats are worried about, the living conditions of people inside these detention centers, they apparently had no problem with the living conditions of the J6ers. I mean, that's what Trump says. There's no common sense. He's absolutely right. Let's hand wring over all of these illegal aliens and some that have broken the law and about their living conditions inside these detention camps, likening them to concentration camps, which is awful and anti-Semitic, I will tell you, because what they're doing is they're sanitizing what happened in those camps. But they had no problem with the horrific living conditions of the J6ers in that awful Washington, D.C. prison. So here's what we've seen. So far, first couple of days of Trump, the numbers are going to keep changing. But news yesterday was that ICE had arrested a total of 308 violent illegal aliens.
Some of them were murderers. Some of them were rapists. Some of them raped a child. Some were sexual assault of a child. So ICE is doing their job, and they're prioritizing just as the president said they would. So the ICE is performing excellent right now out in the field, and they're going to continue every day.
Yeah, he talks about collateral arrest. I actually thought this was really interesting. So if you are in a sanctuary city, and ICE comes along and they want to get the bad guy that you're holding in jail, but your mayor, your governor, whatever, says, oh, no, we're a sanctuary city. We're going to let this guy back out on the streets so that he can kill somebody else. Well, Holman is like, okay, if you want to do that, that's fine. But if local authorities won't allow ICE to get the bad guys in jail, they'll find them in the streets. But then it gets worse.
You know, for God's sakes, these sanctuary cities, let us into your jail. We're just trying to help public safety in your community. Help work with us because you force us in the community. Here's what's going to happen. We'll find the bad guy, but when we find him, he's going to be with others. Others that may not be a criminal priority, but guess what? If they're in the United States illegally, they're going to be arrested too. So sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the communities, more people arrested, more collaterals arrested. So that's a game they want to play. Game on.
There you go. Game on. Tom Homan, 8 to 20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, very active today. Thank you very much. 615-737-9986. 615-737 WWTN. We do have Governor Bill Lee coming up here at 8:35 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. You know, I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate here in Nashville because I trust that they're going to sell your home hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. Now, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years now, and they've served over 58,000 families. And with all those clients, Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed company in America. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews. You can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit and the least amount of hassle. That is their guaranteed offer. There's a reason why Mark Spain Real Estate has had so much success. It is that guaranteed offer, a quick sale, maximum profit, and limited hassle. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today, 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Online anytime at markspain.com and start packing. It is 8:21 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news at 8:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Was the Antioch High School shooter enamored with other school shootings? We've got the answer to that question. Also, a search overnight related to this shooting. Those stories coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
825, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Now, my entire life, I've dealt with the hassles of glasses and contacts. And as I've gotten older, my eyesight has just gotten worse and worse. I've got issues driving at night, reading small fonts, halos around lights. When my computer works, I have trouble reading that as well. It's frustrating. And I've just decided that I can't keep living like this. And so that is why I'm thankful to have found Dr. Horn and the team at Vision for Life. Now, they have helped thousands take control of their vision, and I'm excited now that I'm one of them. After discussing lens replacement with Dr. Horn and how the procedure can correct both near and far vision while eliminating cataracts for good, which is what I have, I knew that I had to take the leap. So stay tuned, as I'll be sharing my journey with you every step of the way. They're really easy to work with. I'm telling you, I'm really nervous, but they are putting my nerves at ease. So you owe it to yourself to check out Vision for Life and see why they were voted Nashville's best ophthalmologist. Call them today at 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com. .828, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. Governor Bill Lee is coming up at 8:35. I know we're not going to do the big cross with Chris Hand and all that, but the only time that I could get the governor was at 8:35.
Chris was very beat up. But do you see his text response when you sent that to him? We were in a group text yesterday, and you were like, "Hey, we're not doing the cross of 4," and he was devastated.
He sent us the crying emoji.
Yeah, he was
what he did.
Devastated.
Do you think it was a joke?
No, he was really upset.
He
about
was
it.
truly heartbroken.
Okay.
That's he doesn't even look forward to a show. He looks forward to the gang up. He looks forward to the cross.
Hey, you guys fans of Nate Bargatze?
Somewhat. I just saw he was on what channel? I don't know.
He was on the Today Show.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Nate Bargatze.
Okay.
He is. I spent a lot of time over Christmas actually watching a bunch of Nate Bargatze videos, and so apparently he was really upset that Opryland. Now, I've never been to Opryland because I
was
got
just
here.
there.
I have. It's awesome.
Yeah.
No, the theme park, guys. The theme park.
Oh.
You know where that big mall is now?
Yeah,
that big generic mall is now?
Yeah.
There used to be a big old theme park.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the water park and the hotel. And that kind of thing.
No. So apparently he wants to do something about that. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more at some point before the show ends. But two big thumbs up for Nate Bargatze. Got a lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning now, 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, there's new information leaking from the so-called manifesto that was left behind by the Antioch High School shooter, Solomon Henderson. Apparently glorified extremist views praising Kanye West, Adolf Hitler, and others. He also claims that the shooter of the Abundance Life Christian School in December, her name was Samantha Rupnow, he claims that she followed him on his X account. This fellow student tells News 2 that it just doesn't make any sense to her.
We were in ROTC together, like this year too, and he was always top of the class, always doing his work.
Police carried out a search of a home on Carefree Lane in Antioch overnight, carrying out bags and boxes of items. But we don't have any information this morning so far about whether anything taken from that home is related to that shooting. Metro Health Department, meantime, is offering free counseling at the Woodbine Public Health Center starting at 9 o'clock this morning. You can make an appointment there. They're also taking walk-ins for counseling sessions, too. Meantime, State Representative Scott Sapicki tells Dan Mandis that the state legislature had already mandated a safety assessment at Tennessee schools.
So that's the one thing that I'm looking at is, okay, what was the school safety assessment? The second thing was we provided money, and you know this because we had an issue with Metro Nashville about not wanting to participate in the SRO program. We provided an SRO at state funding for every public and private school across the state. So we want to know to make sure that they were taking advantage of those resources.
Police spokesman Don Aaron saying that 2 student resource officers were in the school at the time of the shooting, but by the time they arrived at the cafeteria, the shooter had already shot himself. Keep it here on WTN. We'll bring you the latest information on that shooting throughout the day. And a quick note here, just learning that the iconic City Cafe in Murfreesboro is closing its doors after 124 years in that community. The owner's posting on social media. It breaks our hearts to have to make this post, but the economy has literally broke us. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN.
I'm sorry, Joan, what were you talking about? KGB and I were talking. Who's going down?
The City Cafe, located in Murfreesboro.
Kidding. Yeah, no. I know the City Cafe.
Yeah, closing 124 years they were there. But they said the economy has literally broke us. That was a post they made on social media.
Oh, that's terrible.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah. Have you been there?
I think that I was there when we first moved here.
Okay.
Not really sure, but yeah.
All right.
Isn't that sad? Okay.
Yeah, that is too bad. All right.
Okay, that's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
All right, Joan, 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask because some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. If you've got an older roof, they're going to pay you less. That could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they pay for it to be replaced, period. Now, does that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around? Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. Get your royal review at tkinginsurance.com.
Got an accident involving injuries. West End Avenue at Murphy Road. It's backed up there northbound to 440. And a crash to Metro Center on 65 southbound before Rosa Parks Boulevard, exit 85. And that crash blocks off the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. Governor Bill Lee is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Governor, it's been a while. Appreciate you joining us here on Super Talk 99.7.
How you doing, Dan? Thanks for having me on.
Well, thank you for joining us. Of course, it's a tough day here in Middle Tennessee. We've been covering all morning long the Antioch High School shooting from yesterday. Last session, you and the state legislature passed some bills to fortify our schools, bring in a lot of money to the schools so that they can do what they need to do to fortify our schools. You added some money for SROs as well. Are there any plans to revisit any other ideas to protect the kids this year in this legislative session?
Now, it's first of all, let me just, it is heartbreaking in so many ways when you think about a kid and what went on yesterday, and it's tragic. A lot of it we don't know. There's a lot of it still unfolding, but people dismiss sometimes or want to dismiss kind of the surrounding them, praying for them, providing comfort for families. We thoughts and prayers are not trivial, and we all need to be praying for that situation. On the other hand, we also need to be continuously looking at ways that we can make it safer. You're right. We have a school safety grant fund, SROs in every school, 100 Homeland Security agents now. This all unfolding in the last couple of years. Mental health supports, a safety net with mental health liaisons for every school. This is a tremendous effort that's been had over the last 3 years by the General Assembly, but we should never stop talking about it. We should never stop looking at enhancements. We should never stop looking at ways that we can make it safer. And so I suspect there will be more conversation and more ideas and more pieces of legislation, because we should never stop trying to keep our kids safe.
Governor, you were in Washington, D.C. for President Trump's swearing in. I'm not sure if that was your first one, but tell me about your experience. I love the photograph of you with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Talk to me about what your experience was like.
Well, it wasn't my first one. I went to President Trump's first inauguration before I was governor, actually, and which was exciting. This one, it's really different. It's been 8 years, and I've been the governor for 6. So the ability to interact with Ron DeSantis and Sarah Sanders and multiple governors all weekend long, and to interact with the Trump team. And what's really exciting for me as it relates to what's good for Tennessee is the number of people that we now know and have relationships with that are in the Trump administration. And when you know the Interior Secretary and the Homeland Security Secretary and the Deputy Secretary of Education was actually your Education Commissioner, when you know the folks that are in Washington, D.C., it makes it much more likely that good things can happen for Tennessee. Look, I was up there. You're right. There was a hopefulness and a excitement about what's ahead for America that I haven't seen in a long time. And I was with President Trump in Mar-a-Lago about 2 weeks ago, and I told him then when we were talking, you know, you have created an environment where people can finally say what they think, feel how they want to feel, and there's a freedom to be excited about where America's going.
Governor Bill Lee joining us. You mentioned Penny Schwinn. She has been named Deputy Secretary of Education within the Trump administration. She resigned from your administration in 2023. There were some reports that she complained about the culture wars interfering with education and so forth. I'm curious to know if you had recommended Penny Schwinn to President Trump.
Well, first of all, I think President Trump's pretty good at picking out cabinet members, and I've been really pleased with his appointees, and I hope they all make it through Congress. And he interviewed with Penny himself, and he found out what I found out, which is she's brilliant education mind. She's a conservative to her core, and she understands that the Department of Education federally needs to be in large part dismantled and pushed out to the states. She believes in that. She's always believed in that. We talked about it years ago. President Trump now knows what I know, which is she's going to be great for this country. And so, yeah, they reached out to me. I didn't make the recommendation initially, but once she was a front runner for that position, they reached out to me and asked my opinion, and I gave them a recommendation.
Governor, we know that illegal immigration has been a huge topic of conversation, not only here in the state of Tennessee, but nationally as well. You've been supportive of President Trump's immigration policies. Yesterday, the news broke that you've asked for, of course, the special session that is coming up on the 27th of January to include now, in addition to education, illegal immigration. Now, you have some very specific asks. You want a division within the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security to specifically handle immigration issues and a chief immigration officer to work with the Trump administration. You want a special state ID for non-citizens. It would be a felony offense for local officials to adopt or maintain sanctuary city policies, since that would violate state law. And you want to incentivize local governments to participate in removal of illegal aliens. I'm going to tell you, Governor, I love all of that. In what way would you incentivize local governments to participate in removal of illegal aliens? How would that work?
Well, we want to make sure that we have this something called a 287G program. It's really authorizes locals to assist with immigration law enforcement and detention and removal efforts for criminals, et cetera. We will be working with those locals to determine what they need and by way of training law enforcement officers, operational expenses, purchasing equipment, and that sort of thing. A grant program that, if they are ready and willing, then they will receive the grants to make it easier for them to participate. So that's how we will incentivize them, is with grant programs that allow them to prepare and be ready. And let me just say, this whole effort from an immigration standpoint, I mean, President Trump was very clear about that to Americans for, the year leading up to, well, really since he's been president the last time. But he's really clear about, Americans want the illegal immigration to stop. They want the border to be secure, and they want their communities to be safe again by removing the unsafe illegal immigrants that are here, the gang members, the violent offenders. And that's his strategy. And as I said, when there were a group of governors meeting with him a couple of weeks ago, he said, let's work together. And this piece of legislation will be is our way of saying and implementing and putting in place the ability to work together with the federal government from day one. He's obviously moving very quickly on his steps as it relates to immigration, and we want to be prepared to do so. And I'll also say there are some specifics you reeled out there. Our enforcement division and a director of that and state IDs. The legislature has had some very strong and good ideas on this. This is a real partnership with the legislature. Jack Johnson, for example, has a key component of this that he brought to us and said, if you're going to do a piece of legislation around immigration, we think this is a strong piece of it. So I want to thank the members of the General Assembly and the leadership for, when we said, hey, we need to do something to get ready for immigration, they said, we have some really good ideas for you. And we together have put that together for this special session.
Are you getting any pushback from the blue cities across Tennessee on any of this?
No, not. I've heard from. I've spoken to leadership in Nashville about other issues multiple times over the last 2 days, and this issue hadn't come up. So I think, if you look at it, Democrats and Republicans across America believe that, violent offender, illegal immigrants should be sent back to the countries they came from. We all believe that this needs to happen. Democrats and Republicans alike generally, and the majority of them believe the border needs to be secure. So, there's pretty widespread agreement that this is the direction that comes ahead.
I thought it was interesting. President Trump yesterday, I covered this extensively. He has announced a plan with, among others, Oracle's Larry Ellison, to invest in that massive AI infrastructure plan, $500 billion. They're going to be opening up data centers, among other things, across the country. They've already got a footprint here, Oracle does. Think we could get some of those $100,000 jobs that they're talking about?
I suspect we will. Our state has been very attractive to industry and in particular to forward-thinking industries. I was in Memphis last week. A lot of folks don't remember or realize this. A couple weeks ago, I was there. The XAI company that Elon Musk is a part of is building a massive data center in Memphis. Yep. And it's impressive what's being done there. And the need for support for data, whether it's energy needs or these data centers, it's just going to expand across America. We have major companies like Oracle who have already decided that Tennessee is the best place to be. Yep. I think what we're going to see is the future is quite exciting. In fact, it's part of the reason I've been so focused on, and it's a separate subject, I don't want to get off on it, but why I'm so focused on nuclear energy for Tennessee and have been for the last few years. And you're starting to see a lot of nuclear companies come here because nuclear energy is part of the answer to the needs that the grid is going to have as it relates to supplying energy for these data centers.
Governor, at some point, I would love to have you on to frankly nerd out on nuclear energy because I love nuclear energy and I love to hear you talk about that. Final question. Senator Marsha Blackburn has given an indication that she'd like to run for governor as your second term ends. Now, we have no idea who else would be running, but do you have any initial thoughts on Senator Marsha Blackburn thinking about it? How do you feel this race is going to go here in the next couple of years?
Well, Marsha and I have been friends for a long time. My wife taught at the school that her kids were, a long time. And she was my state senator and my congressman and now my senator. And so I've known her and she's excellent. She's very conservative, strong fighter for our state. She's done good for Tennessee. So, I got nothing but positive things to say about Senator Blackburn, personally and professionally and every other way. As far as the governor's race goes, she and I haven't talked about that, and I don't know who all is considering, and, it's a little bit of a ways off. So I don't really have much to say about that, but I can say nothing but positive things about her.
Governor, in our final 45 seconds or so, people are already talking about who's going to run to replace you. Have you thought about what you're going to do after you're out of the governor's office?
Right now, I'm thinking about what's going to happen next week. I've got a monumentally important piece of legislation that I think is crucial for the next governor. And by the way, most of them support this too. The president does too. When I was at Mar-a-Lago, we talked about school choice. You know, Tennessee is got to continue to lead the country as the country is moving rapidly forward in the right direction. And one of the ways we do that is with school choice. So, and you know how passionate I am about that.
Oh, yes.
How important this hard I'm working on it. So I'm not thinking about when I'm done yet. I have a lot of work to do between now and then.
All right. Well, then you brought it up, school choice. You were on with Matt Murphy a couple of days ago. You guys talked all about that. So I don't know if there's been an update. How confident are you in the special session on the 27th?
Yeah, we're confident in the support that we have. But at the same time, we just want to make sure that people understand, A, how important it is, and B, understand the truth about all of this. There's so much, there's so much effort to spread misinformation about the truth. And at the end of the day, the truth is just about giving parents freedom. It's a very conservative idea. It's why you see red state after red state passing this. And it's about giving parents freedom, and it's about creating the best education system in the country. That's public, private, homeschool. It's the education system for all Tennessee kids. And we can do that. We can have the best of all. There's no reason we should, damage one side to hold up the other side. And that's what everyone talks about. Well, this is going to hurt public schools. It's not going to hurt public schools. It's going to help public schools. And if you look at the data and you look at states like Florida that have had school choice for, over a decade, and by the way, they have a lot better public school outcomes than we do. And that's what I want in this state. I want a state that has stellar public school outcomes and freedom for parents to choose where and how their kid is educated. That's possible, and I think that's what's going to happen when we pass this legislation next week.
All right, Governor, good luck, and thank you for coming on, and we'll hopefully talk to you again soon. It is 8:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 9. Joan, what's up?
Yeah, video taken inside the cafeteria at Antioch High School. Now we have the audio. And also a warning here that it may be too graphic for some, but we do have that story coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:53, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Make 2025 the year you get active again. Now, if you have been sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, check out my friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. I've been a client for over 10 years. Myself, I've never felt better. Now, right now, they've got a great deal at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They're offering the Big 47 offer in honor of Donald Trump, our 47th president of the United States. 47% off spinal decompression. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. 8:57. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7.
I was just kidding, by the way.
No,
of course,
you weren't kidding.
Of course.
So, Chris has the Turning Point USA reporter that has now been allowed into the press briefings at the White House.
Yep, Monica Page. It just got announced. She's going to be in all the White House press briefings.
And so I said to Chris, I said, hey, that's great. Can I have her? And he said, no.
I went, no, of course not.
And then he says, oh, I was kidding. You weren't kidding.
I was kidding. Yeah, I will absolutely share the contact info. Just don't scoop me.
I would never scoop you.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Listen, the only scooping I do is Rocky Road.
All right.
Is that a dad joke? Was that a laugh line?
Apparently not. Anyway.
Hey.
I've been a mess today. I've been an absolute mess. I'm interviewing the governor. I haven't had him on in over a year. I finally get him on, and I ask a question about the 100,000 jobs, and I said $100,000 as opposed to 100,000 jobs. Don't think that's not going to sit with me for the entire damn day. Man alive. And earlier I said that I was nervous.
Nervous?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I'm having a stroke or something.
I caught the smotus.
Danurism.
I caught smotus, and danurism was hilarious.
Yeah.
I thought that was a home run.
Thank you.
That's a KJB.
I've been danurisming all day long.
Well, it's like the yogi-isms. 90% of the game is half mental. Do you remember Yogi Berra?
That's exactly right.
It's probably the best thing I've ever brought to this show.
It is. Not probably.
Yeah, you're right.
You got to aim higher, my friend. Anyway, so there you go. But I did miss you at 8:35.
I'm sure you did.
No, he means it.
Yeah, right.
Did you see me when I walked by? I sent one single tear down.
Yeah, you'd already passed, but I raised my middle finger at you. Anyway,
I had to convince him to just do this. He was so bitter.
Oh, was he?
He did not want to come.
He's like, no, I'm not going in there. Very quickly, what do you got coming up?
All right, so we found out who's to blame for the Kamala loss.
Oh, my gosh. I didn't even do that today.
So I'll break all that down.
What a great topic.
I'll break all that down. Plus, Trump got the letter from Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he gave it away.
Yep. And I'll tell you what it said. Plus, we'll have the latest updates on the shooting in Antioch. Yep. It didn't take long for the Democrats to blame the real culprit in all of this, Donald J. Trump.
Yep, exactly. All right, got a lot more straight ahead. 8:59 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here from my friends at the Glock store. Now, this is my gun store and where I train, and I need to go more often, and you do too. Now, you know that they've got private shooting rooms and personal instructors, not multiple lanes and some stranger shooting next to you. Now, here is an exciting 2025